Go ahead and- Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Board of Education. The meeting is called to order at 4:03 p.m. in open session. Tonight, we do not have requests addressing closed session agenda items. Can we please take roll call?
Ms. Armstrong,
Present.
Dr. Alhessan,
Here.
Mrs. Garza,
Present.
Ms. Stewart, absent. Mr. Critchfield,
Present. Thank you. At this time, the board will recess to closed session. Open session will resume at approximately 6 p.m. Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Board of Education. The meeting is called to order. Am I in the right place? Sorry, I'm on closed session. First time jitters, give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. It's the part where it says, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Tonight's meeting of the Board of Education was called to order at 4:03 p.m. in open session, and the board adjourned to closed session at 4:03 and will reconvene and open at 6:02 p.m. Board Clerk Myra Garza, will you update us on the closed session topics?
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, the board discussed in closed session related to student matters, public employee discipline dismissal release, pending litigation, anticipated litigation, labor negotiations, and the board took action in closed session to approve expulsion case 24-17-0001.
Replacement pages for items 13.1, 14.4, and 14.8 are on the back table. Tonight, we do have requests addressing agenda and non-agenda items. And while the meetings of the governing board are not public meetings, they are open to the public. Individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. And the board will limit the total time for public input of each item to 21 minutes as per board bylaw 9322.2. May I have Anna Arvizu? I'm so sorry, did I get close?
Yes.
All right.
Very close. Arvizu. Oh, I'm not sure what this is for. Okay. Good evening, Board of Directors. My name is Anna Arvizu. I am the mother of a student at Lindstrom Elementary. My son attends special day classes. I will refer to them going forward as SDCs. He attends these classes due to his diagnoses of Prader-Willi syndrome and autism. I am here to express my concerns along with the concerns of other parents. We began looking at the district's procedures and protocols with a critical eye stemming from the transition and placement of our special needs children. Sorry, excuse me. Of our special needs children from preschool to their now TK and kindergarten classes. We feel that the transition was very poorly executed, and this is something that we would like to, for other parents not to experience in the future. We also noticed some deficiencies and missteps within the district. Examples of these are what we feel are exclusion of special needs students in your emergency evacuation plans, where it's not clearly defined what evacuation looks like for an SDC class. Minimally trained staff, specifically referring to instructional aides within the SDCs. Also, the student-to-aide ratios are a concern to us. There is some frequent interruption of the consistency that our kids need. As we know, our kids in particular thrive under strict and consistent structure. And then the last concern that we have, and this is a big one, are some of the missteps in our IEP plans. So being fully aware that you will have our children for 12 more years and being aware that you have them in their formative years now, we want to express these concerns to you now, as we also have noticed that your special needs student population is growing. So we don't just want to present our concerns, we also want to offer solution-based suggestions. One of those is the formation of a district-wide special needs parent advisory committee comprised of us, the parents. A committee that can possibly meet on a quarterly basis and offer the district feedback and guidance. Another suggestion is using external sources to offer further training. In my case in particular, the Prader-Willi California Foundation is willing to conduct free on-site training to educators and staff to help them understand and navigate the challenges that are encountered with a child that has Prader-Willi syndrome. So, Mr. Cryfield, you did send the families a letter, and I appreciate very much what you said in there. And I would like to conclude by reading a portion of that. By fostering a strong partnership with our parents, we can ensure that our students receive the support and resources they need both inside and outside the classroom. Furthermore, I believe that clear communication and collaboration are the keys to a successful school district. We must actively listen to the needs and concerns of our community and work together to find innovative solutions. And I fully agree with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, Sigrid Caballero. Come on down.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Sigrid Caballero. I'm a program administrator here at Bellflower Unified School District. I am now currently supporting the preschool program as well as the HRCs. I hear the parents' concern, and it is my goal to, that's actually why I'm here. It is my goal to make sure that we protect our early childhood education program, that we give them the support that they need. But I know the note says SB 497. So I'm going to start with a quote as well. For Martin Luther King, he says the following: "Our lives begin to end when we become silent about things that matter." I'm so happy for whatever circumstances I ended up being at Whitewood. I am very happy because that program is your blessing. And I'm going to tell you why, because it gave me a change of heart. And I want to tell the board, and I want to tell the superintendent, who did not have any time to meet with me, even though I tried and tried and tried, that I plan to stay here and I plan to support these teachers. I have a master's in early childhood. I'm a former director of special education, former program specialist, former dean of students. And I'm also quite a litigator and quite a negotiator because I also work for CTA at some point, and I work with the Sheriff's Department. SB 497 is basically, interesting enough, Newsom brought it in October. And October is when things started to be kind of funny around here. So it is basically, SB 497 is an extra protection and is the Equal Pay and Anti-Retaliation Act. And I want the employees here to know that this is just an added protection. We've always had protection, but this is an added protection that the governor saw that was necessary. I'm also going to do another quote from Brad, and it just basically, I'm just going to touch, it says, "Our focus should be on building a positive culture." And I want you all to know that I am a builder. I am somebody that builds programs. I'm somebody that builds people. I'm somebody that helps parents. And while other people talk, I act. I've been there only 1 week, and I've already made some positive changes. Rather than focus on the negative, I want to focus on the positive. I'm going to give this organization the grace and the support that it was not offered to me by the superintendent. And one has to wonder if his indifference to special education concerns is what allowed Malibu Santa Monica $45 million. So I want to talk about what's great. I talk about early childhood. I'm going to lose time. So I want to also touch on the nurses. One of the great things about Bellflower, we have amazing nurses that advocate for students. We have a very high nurse to student ratio here, and the need is very, very high. These nurses sometimes are at meetings at IEPs, and they're the ones advocating for students. They're the ones that are asking for equipment. I asked somebody to please help me figure out the budget for special education for early childhood because they're telling me there's no money. Somebody told me there's money, and I know there's money. So please help me so that I can help these teachers and these students get what they need. Thank you very much. And then I have a book for, it's called A Teacher Like Me, and it's for our principal at Mayfair. I'm an administrator, but I have a teacher at heart, and I always will be.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, do we have any amendments to the evening's agenda?
No amendments.
All right. All right, now we'll go forward with the Pledge of Allegiance. Washington Elementary Principal, Mrs. Patricia Arroyo Diaz, will be leading the flag salute for this evening.
Please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. All right, moving on to recognitions. Do we have any recognitions tonight, Dr. Dradi?
Yes. At this time, I would like to ask the board to come down in front of the dais while Mrs. Carter assists us in recognizing this evening's recipients. So if you can, come to the front.
This evening, the Board of Education is pleased to recognize the Mayfair varsity football team who earned the distinction of CIF Southern Section Champions and CIF State Southern Regional Champions. Representing Mayfair football is Derek Bedell. Along with him are team members, captains, senior Sean James Jonas Jr., quarterback Jeremiah Calvin, and junior offensive lineman Mike Casares. The board would like to recognize that the 2023 football season was one for the record books for the Mayfair football program. On Saturday, November 25th, the Mayfair Monsoons defeated the El Dorado Golden Hawks to win the CIF Southern Section Division VII Championship. This section championship gave the Monsoons their first ever state playoff bid. A win the following Saturday and the Southern Regional Championship over Mount Miguel from the San Diego section propelled the Soons to its first ever state football championship game versus Marin Catholic. The 2023 CIF Division VII champions, California Southern Regional champions, and the California State 3A runners-up finished the season with a 12-4 overall record. Congratulations. Team members, do you have anybody in the audience you'd like to recognize?
Our principal and our athletic director who were fantastic in supporting us this year, and all of these teachers and the people that made these kids possible to get us to where we were at this year. It was a fantastic honor, and we were privileged to represent the district.
Thank you, Coach, and thank you for all your hard work, and thank you, team. Nice job. Congratulations. Next, the board would like to recognize Ernie Pyle's staff. So if they would please join us as I call your name and remain for a picture. Representing Ernie Pyle is Principal Jessica Cummins, Counselor Carmela Navarez, and teachers Kevin Gaffney, Kim Meckelberg, Kim Ashton, and Cynthia Acosta. This evening, the Board of Education is pleased to recognize Ernie Pyle Elementary for being awarded recognition from the California PBIS, or Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports Coalition, for implementing PBIS with fidelity to the national framework. Part of this implementation includes Ernie Pyle's staff teaching students about behavior expectations and strategies to be successful behaviorally. Through using these strategies, students are able to overcome challenges and focus on academics at school. Schools can be recognized at the bronze, silver, gold, or platinum level. We are proud to announce that the principal, teachers, staff, students, and community have come together to implement and sustain PBIS at the gold level. Congratulations to everyone at Ernie Pyle. Very nice job. Is there anything that you would like to say or introduce?
We are just so proud of the work that our PBIS team has done with our students, staff, and community, and we're going to continue to make social and emotional learning a priority.
I'm sure your parents and students are very happy for all your efforts. Thank you for everything that you do. Congratulations again. On behalf of the board, congratulations this to everyone tonight. This concludes our recognitions for this evening. Thank you, board.
All right, tonight, Ms. Patricia Royo Diaz will be giving an inspirational message and share the highlights of this month's bulletin board.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests. I stand before you today with a vision for the future of our district that embodies the principles of compassion, understanding, and inclusion. I want to share with you the impact of PBIS and the importance of creating an inclusive environment for our students with special needs. In an inclusive school, every child becomes an integral part of the school community. They learn side by side, supporting and learning from one another. Inclusion is not just a checkbox on a list of education initiatives. It is a fundamental belief that every child has the right to learn, grow, and thrive in an environment that sees their potential and supports their unique learning journey. I am delighted to speak about the transformative power of friendship and how it has significantly improved relationships between students with special needs and their general education peers. The concept of a circle of friends, excuse me, has proven to encourage inclusivity, fostering a supportive environment that benefits all members of our school community. Through carefully structured activities and shared experiences, students with special needs have found themselves welcomed into a community that values their uniqueness. This in turn has led to an increased self-esteem and confidence as these students discover their own abilities and talents. It has not only improved relationships between students with special needs and the general education peers, but has also created a more compassionate, empathetic, and inclusive school environment. I will leave you with this quote. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combination of these 5 give rise to more melodies that can never be heard. There are not more than 5 primary colors, yet in combination they produce more hues that can never be seen. There are not more than 5 cardinal tastes, yet combinations of them yield more flavors than can ever be tasted. Thank you for your time, your commitment, and your dedication to the future of our district. Let us work together to make a lasting impact on the lives of our students and create a legacy of inclusivity, compassion, and educational excellence as we build futures.
Thank you.
And just to touch on the Washington Pride Board, it is as part of a PBIS that we have brought together not just our general education students and our special education students, but they've combined to create friendships and a welcoming environment for all students. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. All right, moving on to presentations from our students and community tonight. Let me see. It is now time for our student board reporters. Representing Bellflower High School is Trista Peterson. Welcome, Trista.
Good evening, everyone, members of the board, President Creefield, Dr. Girardi, honored guest. My name is Trista Peterson. I am a senior at Bellflower High School, and I thank you all for allowing me to be here today. I would like to start off by saying Happy School Board Appreciation Month. On behalf of Bellflower Middle and High School, I want to say thank you for everything that you do. We appreciate you all very much, and I hope you enjoy my little token of appreciation. Again, thank you for your support, and student and board members. Now we have our previous events, including our winter festivities with our parade, snack rally, and spirit week, and along with our transition into second semester. We are focusing on excellence in the month of January. And to wrap up our Pride focuses, we are encouraging all students to show excellence in whatever they do. In addition to entering the second semester, we have brought out a new incentive for students. Going along with the focus of Pride, we have our Pride points for students. Students are able to earn these points throughout the semester and can purchase prizes with their points. Some of the prizes include reusable Starbucks cups, school hoodies, school shirts, a variety of bracelets, and many more. Moving into our current events, we have our spring musical reveal from our Bellflower Thespians, and this year's theme will be Mean Girls. Auditions will be available for students next week. And on Monday, January 15th, we honored Martin Luther King Jr., and our school's YBS, Young Black Scholars, will be hosting a Martin Luther King Jr. lunchtime trivia event. Transitioning into our future events, we have Navigation Night, Buck Blastoff, and Senior Grad Week packages. Buck Blastoff is an introduction to Bellflower Middle and High School for possible incoming 7th graders within the Bellflower Unified. Students can learn about options for different classes they will be taking, electives, clubs, extracurriculars, sports, and many more. Following Buck Blastoff, we have our Navigation Night taking place January 23rd from 6 to 8 p.m. This event showcases electives, programs, and pathways that we have available. And it is now that time of the year where seniors are preparing for their grad week. We have announced grad week packages, and prices range from $240 to $280, and each event can be sold separately. We have our senior parent information meeting with grad week, Jostens, and Q&A sessions with all of our presenters, which is also taking place on Navigation Night from 6:30 to 8 p.m. With Navigation Night, we have our Club Rush, which is all of our club options from grades 7 through 12 and possible requirements. Our Future Buck presentation for parents and students to learn about their classes and showcase with different academic courses and electives. And that concludes the Bellflower High School Board Report, and I have ways to stay updated with our social media. Thank you all for listening, and I hope everyone has a great night.
Thank you so much for that. And representing Mayfair High School is Lennox Scott. Welcome, Lennox.
Thank you. Good evening, President Critchfield, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Draughty, and district colleagues. Again, I just wanted to extend my thanks for you guys allowing me to come here today to let you guys what's been going on these past, couple weeks. Hasn't been a full month yet. Now, to start off, we have our January 2024 calendar. Happy New Year. And as you can see, we started school Wednesday the 10th, and we followed that with having a Monday off due to Martin Luther King Day. And the rest of the events here will be featured in this presentation. Now on this slide, if you saw on our calendar, we will be having the Great Kindness Challenge the 22nd through the 26th during our lunchtime. And we do this because Mayfair just likes to stress to our students that kindness matters because monsoons matter. Now on this slide, we would like to share some recognition with Mayfair receiving the Female Diversity Award for AP Computer Science. Now we are one of 834 schools nationwide to receive this award, and we just wanted to point out how we are so proud of our young ladies. And it's just really an honor to be recognized by the College Board for just something that we do. On this slide, it talks about our upcoming school musical, Little Shop of Horrors, which will be playing on the following dates to your right. This play is being overseen by Mr. Brian Saunders, and he has really expressed his gratitude for those kids and all who has helped them put on this wonderful show. We also have our prices on the bottom right, so just in case if anybody in here wanted to purchase tickets at this time, they would just have to scan our QR code in the bottom left. Going once. I'm just kidding. On this slide, we would like to show some more recognition with recognizing our Athlete of the Year, Chaz Gilbreth. Now, funny backstory is that our principal, Mr. Diaz, actually told Chaz that he, along with some others, were putting on a dinner for football in general just to celebrate their CIF success. But to Chaz's surprise, he found out that it was actually to celebrate his great accomplishment. You can see Mr. Diaz, our athletic director, Mr. Guerra, our football coach, Coach Bedell, and also Mr. Piazza, the proud creator of the Lakewood Youth Hall of Fame, all in the bottom right. Leading that, we have pictures of 2 Mayfair alumni in the Hall of Fame, which is Josh Richards and Miss Janice Parks, who is actually today a teacher at Mayfair. Now, finally, we will have our Lakewood Youth Hall of Fame dinner February 26th at the center, where 13 students and 4 teams will be recognized. Finally, looking back, we closed out our first semester. We also had our long and rejuvenating winter break, so hopefully you guys got to experience that. Also, during winter break, we had some campus improvements, so shout out to our Mayfair custodial staff. Again, we had our MLK holiday, and we closed out the first semester of block schedule. Now, looking ahead, we have our unified basketball game with Mayfair versus Warren during halftime of the Downey game tomorrow night. We will also have our honor roll awards given out, and we do have a winter sports assembly coming up on the 26th. We also have Black History Month coming up, so our YBS here at Mayfair will be having upcoming events overseen by Miss Johnisha Walker. And then we also have the fair coming up March 6th. Again, I wanted to thank you guys for allowing me to come here today to show you guys what's been going on this past New Year, and I hope you guys all have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Lennox. And representing Somerset High School is Sierra Ridgeway. Welcome, Sierra.
Thank you, and good evening, President Critchfield, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Girardi, members of the cabinet, and to all the guests in the audience. My name is Sierra Ridgeway, and I'm a junior. Here is what's happening at Somerset. All of our students have returned from their winter break and are getting back in the swing of things socially and academically. So it is good to see everyone. While I do not have anything to report in the way of activities, we are excited about the upcoming improvements to our campus. Construction on Phase 2 of our garden by Enrich LA began today. Upon completion, teachers will now have the opportunity to take their full classes to the garden for instructional and hands-on activities, as the garden will contain an outdoor classroom with features and amenities such as a sink, picnic tables, and a chalkboard. We are really excited about how this is going to enhance our academic program and increase student learning. Somerset High has contracted with Murals for Schools to paint our school-wide learner outcomes. The 4 C's on the eaves in the interior part of our campus. The work is going to begin next week, but here is a design of what the campus is going to look like. This is a major step in enhancing the look of campus to further instill the minds of our students and teachers. Our school-wide learner outcomes, as it is a goal of all Somerset graduates to be able to communicate effectively, collaborate, think critically, and use their creative minds. And lastly, please join us for Vision Night. We renamed Open House to Vision Night and also moved this event to earlier in the school year to give our entire school community and educational partners an opportunity to discover and explore Somerset's unique calendar, schedule, and academic programs. We are a year-round school that has a great deal to offer to our students and families. One part of Somerset's mission is to prepare our students for an on-time high school graduation or transfer back to their comprehensive high school. And this concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Amazing job, you three, and speech where I say you can stay if you really, really want to, but if you do have other academic obligations, you're more than welcome to go and attend those. Can we give them one more round of applause? They did a great job. They always do. Thank you three. Now it's time for BTA and PTA communications. Can we have BTA President Miss Carrie McDaniel come on down?
All right. Good evening, President Critchfield, school board members, Dr. Girardi, cabinet, and guests. Happy New Year. Before we went on break, I was invited by Dr. Girardi to go with the dual immersion teachers, Ms. Carter, Ms. Amata, Mrs. Lane, to visit 3 Santa Monica schools, Edison Elementary, John Adams Middle School, and Santa Monica High, and their dual immersion programs. However, while it was our reason and focus for being there, I quickly noticed and especially liked the collaborative seating. Not one classroom we walked through had rows. I realized that collaboration was a skill taught all the way from elementary school to high school, and in each classroom knew what was expected of them. It was an eye-opening experience as to what Bellflower's future could look like. Teachers returned to work last Tuesday to a student-free day where across the district the day was used to prepare for all of our students to return to the classroom after winter break. This past Monday we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King's memory and his commitment to racial equality, and a 3-day weekend is always a treat. This week, some of our teachers attended the superintendent strategic planning meetings at Las Flores and Stephen Foster. I went to the one last night at Las Flores, and so did several other Mayfair and Las Flores teachers, and found it to be very engaging. I appreciate the time Dr. Girardi is giving to these meetings, not only to share his ideas for additions to the new LCAP, but also to receive feedback on what's working or not working from a teacher's perspective, and look forward to building our district's future together. Teachers have a busy spring in the near future as NWEA assessments, district writing assessments, LPAC, and SBAC are heading our way. But as you will see on our dashboard, we are trending in the right direction and hope to continue that forward moving with all of your support. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And can we have PTA President Mrs. Morgan come on up? Welcome, Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot prepared, so I apologize for this evening, but didn't want to pass up the opportunity. I hope you all enjoyed the holidays and the break, and wishing you all a happy, healthy, and prosperous 2024. New year, new opportunities, and I'm very excited. First half of the school year was I kind of spent getting the lay of the land, familiarizing myself with the schools and everything else, helping our PTA units at the school sites whenever possible. We'll continue to support our PTAs, but I'm also hoping to accomplish some what I call like bigger picture projects. I meet with Dr. Girardi monthly. He attends our monthly council meetings as well, which includes our unit presidents. And we all appreciate that he's able to update us, receive feedback, and answer any questions or concerns that we may have or that happen on the site. This week's meeting with Dr. Girardi was very productive. And looking forward to collaborating and integrating or implementing some of our mutual goals to increase parent engagement, strengthen our community, and help our students thrive. The fact that I don't have a lot to present is because we're still trying to figure out some of the details and the processes, but I'm excited. And then as another PTA perspective, I just wanted to thank and highlight the fact that we have well over 2,200 members and volunteers, and everything that our PTAs are doing at the school sites is all thanks to them. So appreciate our volunteers. As for me, coming up, I'll be attending the 33rd District PTA Legislation Summit next month, as well as the monthly California State PTA's Leadership Call to continue to learn and hopefully gain more advocacy skills and information to share. Our next council association meeting is on March 5th at 6 p.m. We'll be recognizing our students for that entered or won the Reflections Art program. We'll be sending you guys a formal invitation, but mark your calendars, please. It's going to be March 5th. And believe it or not, that same evening we'll be electing our new PTA board for 2024-2025 term. So you'll notice that some of our units They're starting to recruit new leaders as well. So anyone interested, taking the next step and being more than, or not only a PTA member, but also serving on the board, let us know. As always, thank you for the opportunity and have a great evening. And let me know if you guys have any questions or need more info. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. All right, tonight we have Cerritos College President, Dr. Fierro, Board of Trustee, Ms. Marisa Perez, and Ms. Colleen McKinley, Director of Educational Partnerships and Programs, who will share a presentation. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, President Chirfield, Superintendent Ratti. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening with Trustee Don Green, Trustee Marisa Perez, Ms. Colleen McKinley, and Ms. Andrea Wittig. And they are all here cheering me on. I was really hoping not to go after the students, and everything worked out just fine. They did a fantastic job. I was looking forward to have them become Cerritos College students in the very near future. So tonight I have a presentation highlighting some of the work that we have been doing over the last few years at Cerritos College and some of the work that we have been doing together with the school district and how the students are benefiting from the partnership and for the effort that we are all jointly putting forward. What we have been doing over the last several years is really increase the velocity of completion of our students, making sure that they come into our college, they get into a path, and they transfer or they enter the workforce if that is what they're looking for. Because we understand that the lost opportunity of spending too much time in college is not beneficial for our students in the long term. So we have been working quite hard to ensuring that that is what happened. And we have basically over double the number of students who are completing in 2 years or less. Completing 2 years or less, obviously, is what we call completing in 100% of the time. However, the majority of our students complete within 150 and 200% of the time, given the fact that over half of our student population enroll part-time or less than part-time. Our goal is obviously to continue to increase the number and streamline the way that we schedule classes so students don't have to take less units, but are able to take more units and still have the opportunity to work or participate in community activities or spend more time with family. Over the last several years, year after year, we have been able to increase the number of degrees and certificates that we award. Last year, 2023, we awarded the largest number of degree of certificates in the history of the college, 6,300. And just to give you some context, when we began all this work in 2015, we were awarding right around 2,600 degrees and certificates. So we have over double the number of degrees and certificates that we are awarding. And we see that as positive movement as we continue to contribute to the economic development of our local communities and our students. So at Cerritos College, we understand that it's not simply a matter of ensuring that the students are doing well in the classroom. We understand that in order to do well in the classroom, our students need to be in a particularly state of mind. So it does not make sense to demand a high academic performance of a student who did not have breakfast or does not have a place to live or does not know where the next meal is going to come from. So we have partnered with a number of institutions across the county and the state in order to meet some of the basic needs that many of our students face. And we do that at a place that is called the Falcon Nest. The Falcon Nest at Cerritos College focuses on 3 main initiatives: transportation, food resources, and clothing resources. In addition, we have auxiliary services that include mental health, financial wellness and support, and rapid rehousing for those students that do not qualify to live the student housing at the village. So on our transportation resources, we have been able to partner with LA Metro and implement the Metro Go Pass. And through a partnership with former Assembly member Cristina Garcia, we were able to secure over $700,000 to be able to support and subsidize many of the student passes, which then motivated our students to do a self-increase on their fees in order to help those students who, after we run out of money on this pilot, are unable to afford transportation. They can be subsidized by those who are able to do that, and obviously paying it forward. Food resources, we partnered with the LA Food Bank in addition with a number of nonprofits, and what we do is a couple of folds. One, we hold a food bank drive for our community and our students, in which we have been able, particularly due to the pandemic, meet the needs not only of our students, but many of our local community members. And two, we have Franco's Market, which is kind of like a Trader Joe's, and what we focus on is making sure that our students have the opportunity to shop with dignity. We don't want to have our food pantry in the back end of the college with a secret code for the students to go in. We want to make sure that they come in, they feel like they're entering a grocery store, they shop, there is no charge. There is, however, one catch. They have to go and register and make friends with some of our workers at the Falcons Market. And the reason to do that is because we want to engage with our students and understand the challenges that they face and determine whether or not we're able to provide assistance right there and then. We often have found that our students are struggling with mental health issues, and as they build those connections, they open up to those connections that they have met in the Falcon Nest or on Franco's Closet or so on. And from that point on, we're able to provide additional support and services. Clothing resources, we have a full closet in which our students are able to secure professional attire or medical scrubs and so on for those that are in the health sciences if they're unable to afford that. And part of the reason of helping our students with this is that when you're getting ready for an interview, we know the first appearances matter, and we want our students not only to be prepared for the interview with the skills and the resume, but to be dressed apart, and we do that. And thankfully, we have been able to develop local support to the point that they help our students tailoring their outfits and cleaning them, so make sure that they look sharp for that special day. And last but not least, obviously, you know, we have a student housing project that we opened on 2020, The Village. And this is the first project that has been focused on students that are homeless or home insecure. And what we do here is we partner with Jóvenes, an organization, nonprofit organization, and we help placing our students within this housing development. This housing development will not have been possible without the support of the Board of Trustees. So the Board of Trustees set a vision of implementing this program, and not only they set the vision, but they were able to set the dollars aside and let us loose to make sure that this happen. And from then, they have been incredible advocates on this project. So because of that and the success of this program, we are scheduled to receive $68 million from the state, and the Board of Trustees have secured another $12 million from our general fund to be able to build 396 additional beds on campus. So hopefully we'll begin this process soon. Hopefully the budget doesn't get any worse, and things continue to move forward positively for our students. So because we have been able to sort out a lot of the basic need problems that our students face, we have seen that our students respond quite well in the classroom. As you have seen, graduation rates have increased, time to completion has decreased, and students are moving through their academic program better. Another thing that we have found that is working very well is dual enrollment. And dual enrollment is something that we are emphasizing at our district, because when you look at the data on dual enrollment, the dual enrollment favors students who are not necessarily ready to go to college or who were not thinking to go to college. those students not only graduate at a higher rate at a high school, but they have a higher rate of college going and a higher rate of completing the academic programs. So for the most part, when dual enrollment programs were developed, they were targeted to students that were college ready. But as we began to open our programs, we noticed that the biggest impact were on the regular student population that was not ready for AP classes, or they were not considering college right away. And that is where we want to focus. We want to make sure that our dual enrollment programs are open to every single student, because every student will see an increase on their graduation rates and their rates of going to college. Some of you may be thinking, well, we have AP classes. AP classes don't necessarily have the same impact as dual enrollment. First one, as we know, the barrier of entrance is the cost. Whether the school subsidize the cost or the parents have to pay the cost, is still a barrier of entrance. Dual enrollment classes are free of cost. Two, in order to get the credit, you have to pass the exam to a particular level. And even in those instances, sometimes the class is not taken as the face value of the class. Biology or biology class, it could be just taken as an elective. When you take a dual enrollment class, not only is free of charge, but if you pass the class, you earn college credit. Not only you earn college credit, but the college credit is transferable to any UC or CSU, and obviously part of our degree programs. So it's not that I don't like AP, I really dislike it. I support dual enrollment because it is the best return on investment for our students, is the best point of entry for our students, and it's a way to remove some of the barriers that our students face in order to achieve college degrees. Our partnership with Bellflower Unified School District has been incredibly productive over the last 6 years. We have gone from enrolling 85 students to enrolling 325 students in enrollment classes. And as you can see, the success rates are very high. And these are classes that hold the same level of standards, the same exact materials that you will see in a regular college class. And when you see here, 83%, for instance, in the 22-23 academic year of 325 students passing the class, what we're talking about are roughly 300 students who are already increasing not only the chances of graduation out of high school, but the chances of going to college and graduating to college. So we have been working on the early college program, and our early college program is focused on meeting the AGETSI requirements, which is essentially 46 units that are UC and CSU transferable units, meaning that the students will be about 15 hours short of completing an associate degree. Now, this is just one step in our way to ensuring that the students that enroll in the early college program attain 60 plus degrees, which essentially will mean that we are looking forward to graduate students from Cerritos College at the same time as they graduate from Bellflower Unified School District. We have a number of students already doing that through all the different districts that we partner with, so we know it's possible. We just need to continue to enhance the partnership and the work that we do. The best of all, it's free. So when we continue to talk about tuition increases as the CSUs and UC covering the first 2 years of college, it's a significant cost saving for many of our students or parents and our local community, obviously opening the door to higher education. So you may be saying, okay, so this sounds good, and what is happening at Bellflower Unified? We're partnering, we're continuing to work very hard, and we are on the 3rd year of implementation of our early college program. And Bellflower High School has been leading the charge in this particular initiative. And what we're trying to do is obviously expand this to every single one of our service area high schools, and not only to do that, but to increase the number of students who are able to access this. Once again, it is the best way to begin your academic, higher education academic career. Cerritos Complete is another program that we have a very strong partnership with Bellflower High School. And it is a program that is based on the promise concept that exists in California. But we took the opposite approach to that. We don't focus on we provide free tuition to our students. We focus on we provide academic support and rigor to our students, and in return for their efforts, we provide free tuition. So what we have seen over the years is the students who enroll in Cerritos Complete rather than enrolling as a traditional Cerritos College students have much higher attainment rates, not only on graduation rates on time and 100%, 50% of the time, but they take more units every semester, they have higher GPAs, and they take fewer units overall for graduation. All these which are positive change. The numbers of this program keep growing year after year, and the number of families across our district taking advantage of this initiative continues to grow. Over the last 7 years, 822 Bellflower Unified School District students have been enrolled at Cerritos Complete, and we have about 14% of graduating seniors that are taking advantage of the program. That doesn't mean that only 14% of your graduates go to Cerritos College. It means that 14% take advantage of the program. In the future, what I would like is for all of our students who graduate out of our local high schools that are going to Cerritos College, they become part of Cerritos Complete, because the advantages, the academic advantages that the program offers versus the traditional enrollment are substantial and obviously make a big change in the outcome of their college career. Every dollar that we invest in our Cerritos College students, or largely in our community college students, generate about $11.70 on revenue to the communities. And I want you to keep this in mind, because as you look around the room and probably on your friends, you probably went to Bellflower Unified, or you went to Cerritos College and you came back to your community, or you know someone who went through our local school districts, went to Cerritos College, went back out and came back. So it's more, the more we focus on making sure that our students are academically successful, the more we focus on the academic development of our local communities. And I know you know someone, or you may be that person, but as a show and tell, I brought someone with me, Andrea, who is not only a graduate of Bellflower Unified, but a graduate of Cerritos College, who now works at Cerritos College and has had a very successful career with us. So I know there are more examples, but the more that we invest in our local community, the more we invest in the economic development. One more thing that we're very excited about is our baccalaureate degree program. This is going to be our first baccalaureate degree program at Cerritos College, and we will be offering a Bachelor's of Science in Dental Hygiene, which will cost $11,000 or less, which is less than a single year of classes at a CSU and well less than a semester at a UC. So our hope is to continue to expand the number of baccalaureate degrees that we offer at Cerritos College, with the focus on programs that are high demand and high wages within our local community. And thank you again for your time. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Dr. Fierro. Round of applause. I do have one question. I saw there it said 6% of BUSD students are dual enrolled. Is that right?
No, 6%. We began with 6% of the graduating class, and now we are at 14% enrolling in Cerritos Complete.
And I'm curious, out of that, because I only saw Bellflower High for the early college program. So out of that percent, how much of it's from Bellflower High and how much of it is from Mayfair?
Currently, we only have Bellflower High, and this is our first school of implementation, and the idea is obviously to expand it to other schools. But I also have to say the Bellflower High was a pioneer on this, being, I believe, the first of all schools that are involved in this particular program.
Correct. Dual enrollment in early
Okay.
college.
Okay.
And we
Thank
do
you.
have students in Cerritos Complete at Mayfair as well as at Bellflower.
Okay, which one do we not have?
We have early college at Bellflower High. We do not have early college at Mayfair.
Correct.
cool.
So this is a slide of early college on Bellflower High.
Great.
And right here is on dual enrollment. And that dual enrollment this exists on all.
Okay. Turning over to my colleague, Dr. O'Hesson.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. One of them is, do you know what percentage of students completing the dual immersion program go to the 4-year or certificate program? Do you
Bellflower
see like
High.
you see like a higher number
No,
going?
I will have to get to you on that. So specifically, they graduate from Bellflower Unified.
No, just in general, those who are enrolled in the dual immersion, dual program, dual enrollment program. Those
Across
students,
all the districts that we serve.
yes. Do you know how many go on to 4-year versus completing a certificate program?
I'll have to get back to you. However, I do remember that the number of those who are in dual enrollment have a higher rate of attainment, not just at the associate degree level, but at the baccalaureate degree level.
Okay. So I also wanted to ask, as part of opening up the program, I know that students with disabilities have dropped in enrollment at Cerritos College. And I wanted to know how we can start creating that bridge program to support all students as far as inclusion and diversity because I know once they get a taste of college or understand the process, they're more likely to go on with their certificate program or just even completing the 2-year. So I was wondering what steps are being made now to help.
Yeah,
process.
so during the pandemic, all student groups actually dropped. And this year, particularly this semester, I'm happy to report that we are only across the board on all campus, we're only about 300 FTEs short and pre-pandemic. So we have virtually brought back all the numbers across campus. There is a significant effort made on our student with disabilities areas or SAS department with the new dean, Dr. Esquizaval, and he has changed some of our practices and some of the outreach that we have been done. But I think the pandemic had some disproportionate impact with some of our student groups being our student with disabilities. But the numbers are nearly identical at this point as they were pre-pandemic.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
As you know, I also wear the hat for Commission on Public Social Services appointed by Janice Hahn. And I wanted to mention, because you offered some of the services programs, and I know I was in a meeting this morning, and we really partner with the colleges, DPSS. And they're offering special programs for students in college to get the CalFresh card to support in regards to food scarcity and also to support with books. And so I wanted to make sure that you were partnering with our DPSS department through the LA County so our students who are disadvantaged can be getting those resources. Because I know that would greatly help many students in retention at the college. So,
Absolutely. We're happy with to partner with anyone that will help make the life of our students better. We have been doing some work on that. So our new vendors, as they have been filling the different campus areas for food, one of our requirements is to either have the ability to receive CalFresh or to begin the application process to that. We also, at the state level, advocated for some of those changes, and there was a recent change on legislation that is going to require vendors on campuses and so on to, or it's still in the works to be able to accept and CalFresh. So yes, we're happy to partner. So I'll be happy to talk to anyone.
Do you currently have a representative on site
For
that's
CalFresh?
partnering with a DPSS to support students in getting some of the services through the CalWorks program?
We do
Which
have
they
a
help.
CalWorks, but I will say we probably do not have a CalFresh representative.
Okay. Please reach out to me because I
Absolutely.
can connect you with people at DPSS that will be glad to. Because I've had 4 students approach me who've graduated from Bellflower Unified School District, and they're at Cerritos College and they need help.
Absolutely.
So I'd hope to partner up with somebody there to give them that direction. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. Ms. Garza.
Sorry, I've got a couple of buttons up here now. Thank you, Dr. Fierro, and thank you, trustees, for coming over and really highlighting this program that looks amazing. I do have a couple of questions with regard to Cerritos Complete. How does that work? You said you turned it upside down. Can you give us a little bit more details, because I'm really interested what that looks like?
Upside down.
Well, or you did the reverse.
Yeah, so most of the Promise programs essentially advertise free college. Come to school, we give you free college. We say, come to school, enroll in this academic program, and if you enroll in English, math, meet with our counselors, bring your parents, talk to us ahead of time. So essentially do what we know, help students stay in college, engage, and graduate on time. We're gonna waive your tuition. And if you don't do those things, you're not going to earn the free tuition. And it has largely worked. The students know that in order to receive the free tuition and some other services that are provided, they must take math and English and successfully complete it. And they have to have an educational plan, and they have to enroll in a college prep class before they enter that first semester, and they have to have their schedule and books and so on. So they're basic best practices that we have discovered. The students that perform those practices do better in school, and if they do that, we give the tuition. But we don't do that in isolation. We have a team that is led by Colleen McKinley. They do a lot of friendly reminders and walk the students through the process. So we don't leave them alone. We shepherd them along the way. I don't want to use the word nagging, but there's a lot of nagging that goes on until we get the students to that point. Last night, for instance, we have our parent night on campus, and we have about nearly 300 students and parents and families there learning how to be part of the program, because we want the parents also to know what is it that we're doing, so there is an additional expectation at home.
So parents are allowed to come with their students?
To the parent nights,
To the
yes.
parent night.
Not only allowed, expected.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. As a parent of someone who's going through college right now, thank you. Also, do any of these students accrue any fees while they're going through this process at the beginning?
No, as long as they're doing what they do, we waive their entire tuition.
Wonderful. I'm going to move over to the dual enrollment. So, am I correct in hearing that only Bellflower High School has this currently on their campus?
No, dual enrollment, all the high schools are part of it, and early college, Bellflower High is the first school that has implemented it.
Okay, so I guess this would be a question for our staff. What programs is Mayfair part of right now?
Mayfair does have dual enrollment on their campus. They just don't have a full early college at this time. So they are offering singular classes for dual enrollment to their students.
Okay, and so they would still have those classes available to get the credits prior to going into Cerritos College?
Absolutely. For example, this year they have English 100 and sociology that's available to them.
And so if I'm understanding correctly, Dr. Fierro, early college is completely different from the dual enrollment?
Early college is a different program. there is also dual enrollment, but early college is a program that is meeting the AGETS requirements. So the students are expected to complete everything they need to enter the UCs or the CSUs. Dual enrollment as a standalone, you can take from classes from a variety of options. They may or may not meet those AGETS requirements, but what we have been doing in partnership is, as it was mentioned, for instance, offer English 100 or sociology, which are classes that meet graduation requirements at the local level and are not only required in a couple of degrees, but required across the board.
I would like to add something as a trustee, my role as a Cerritos College trustee, but more importantly, as my role as a Mayfair parent. I have a 12th grader, a 10th grader, and an 8th grader at Mayfair. My 12th grader, who will be graduating in a month, has completed, he will have completed 8 AP classes by this May, and he has 18 Cerritos College credits that he's also completed. So possibly, 20 credits that he would have before he even graduated high school. I think, the challenge is really the AP classes he's really struggled with. I was talking a little bit with Colleen. As we know, as Dr. Farrell mentioned, to get the credit for the AP classes, you really have to score a 4 and a 5. And again, my kid has now taken 5 of those AP classes. He's only really passed 1, right? So the only class he will get the credit for the AP class is AP World History. Shout out to Mrs. Garvin at Mayfair High School, because she really, really does prepare them. But again, it was really, really hard versus where he went to Cerritos College. He just completed English 100, as Ms. Carter mentioned, at Mayfair High School, first and second period. But and he's taken a whole bunch of other dual enrollment classes on his own. My middle son, he also completed History of Rock Music, which Mayfair offers, and he also completed Culinary Arts, which Mayfair offered last year. But really the challenge is they were not able to take the full 46 credits at Mayfair because they don't allow that at Mayfair. So as she mentioned, they have been able to take kind of like 1 class each semester. So like this semester at Mayfair, we are offering sociology. So again, it's only 1 classroom. So after that classroom was full, there's not an opportunity to enroll like in a second class of students. Again, so it's a little bit more limited versus at Bellflower High School, we have the whole opportunity to get the 46 units. So again, it'd be great if Mayfair could consider one as well.
Thank you. That was a great picture of what's going on. I think I don't have any more questions for now.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. And Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. I've actually had a lot of community members come to me about the concern about the Mayfair program and not being able to get those 46. In fact, some of our kids are actually transferring to Bellflower because of that. And that's just absurd to me that they could live in the Mayfair area and have to transfer to Bellflower for a program that we could implement. So I guess my question is, in your opinion, what are the things that we need to do as a district and staff to collaborate to start the early college program at Mayfair?
Kind of put you on the spot there.
Or it could be for staff, either one. But I would like to actually hear from both of you so that we can understand why we don't have it, what we can do to get it, and what are the complications with it, the reasons that we don't have it, because everything is so positive about this program.
I can tell you that there is interest in that, and there is a collaboration between Cerritos and Bellflower. As far as building that early college program out, there will need to be some planning that is involved in that. And so that is going to consist of working with the principal and then also working with Colleen and Cerritos College to see what we need to do to be able to make that a reality.
And the other part with that is it's important to highlight the work that has been done in Bellflower High, because Bellflower High has been basically a pioneer, not just here, but across the districts. And we have been able to use a lot of what we have learned there to apply it in other places. So what we're trying to do as part of the work and the collaboration that we're doing is some of the things that were hiccups and some of the best practices to start replicating those pieces. But obviously, there is no doubt that by offering the full gamut of the AGETSI classes will be a better outcome for the students, obviously we have to iron some of those details to enter the full program, because the last thing we want is roll out the program and not have the support, and then eventually the program not have the longevity that it should have.
Yeah.
But we are having those conversations. We'll continue to have those conversations. And as I mentioned earlier, the goal is not just simply to offer it, but it's to offer it across every single high school that we serve. And two, it should not be just 46 units. It should be the completion of an associate degree at the same time they complete high school. And we're building the blocks to get us there.
Right. I mean, the program, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
The programs sound amazing, and it's obvious that we have a strong partnership, so I'm sure those conversations keep going, and maybe we can get some information in the Friday memo, just some more background on those programs per Board Member Stewart's question. Did you want to add something?
Yes, I do. I just want to say thank you, one, because I'm alumni at Bellflower, so I appreciate that. And so seeing that we went through this at Bellflower, we've gone through the hiccups. If we were to plan and be able to do this, at this point, are you ready, or would you guys be ready to start something at Mayfair High School if we could?
Yeah, we're always ready to partner and to work together. So as soon as we're all good, we're also good.
Thank you so much.
That was a good presentation. You got us all. Board Member Armstrong.
Thank you, President. I just wanted to say, so Bellflower has just entered its third year on the early college. Okay, so I'm excited about that. So you guys are, I'm sure we're going to have to collect that data to see where those children span out. So are we ready to do that? Because there's trade, there's college, and there's also stand with you. So I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, no, thank you. We're very excited too. We're, as I said, looking forward to continue the partnership. We do track all of our dual enrollment students and make tweaks as we go. We are in the third year, and it sounds big when you said 3 years, but the rollout is very slow, particularly in the initial year. And just now is when you start seeing, the fruits of that labor, and we hope that will continue to be the case as we move forward.
And so so the difference though, because my daughter had enrolled into the dual program. So, but in that dual program, it was as if she was independent, and that the parents really couldn't be involved. And so with the early college though, are they getting more support, and could parents really, really be involved in helping to push them?
There are some limitations there, but there is a way for the parents to get more access, which is essentially when the students sign a waiver, and when most of your students are underage, so they will have to sign the waiver. So there will be an authorization for us to speak with the parents. If the student is 18 years or older, if the student does not willingly sign a waiver, we are not allowed to speak with the parents, because at that point they're adults and privacy rights exist. But what we try to do is engage the parents from the beginning on the parent nights and the conversations we have, so there is a little more communication and transparency. And we all set a level of expectation on collaboration and all that.
And just one last thing, with all of this positivity, I really do hate to ask this question, but what's the dropout rate for both of these different programs?
It's very low. Or completion rate this past year on dual enrollment classes, I believe it was 83%. And I think the lowest has been is somewhere in the mid 70s. So the students that enter dual enrollment programs do well and do finish. And the spread out of the grades, I don't know if Colleen remembered them on top of her head, but the numbers of B's and A's is pretty consistent. It's not, they're not passing just with C's.
Well, thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the questions. And before we go another round of questions, I did want to give our student board member opportunity to ask a question if you have any.
Sorry, President Crutchfield. So before I talk or my designated time, do you still want me to have the request?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, Dr. Fierro. My first question isn't actually a question, just more of a request. I am finally done with my college application, so please accept me.
You have been accepted.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be part of the discussions with hopefully creating a bridge between Mayfair and possibly Cerritos College, as it has been, it seems to be successful with Bellflower these last few years. I would just like a bit of context on the history, as you mentioned that Bellflower pioneered this early college program with Cerritos College. So what was the sort of the history behind that process? How did it happen? Was it specifically parents? Was it staff that advocated for this sort of program? As from my understanding, this hasn't been done in the district before.
I will do what they used to do on this TV show. You're probably too young to remember. But they used to give you 3 options, like eliminate something, call a friend, and so on. So I'm gonna call a friend to help me answer that question. The show was called Who Used to Be a Millionaire?
Regis Philman.
It is so great to see a student trustee member, by the way. Part of that story is that I was fortunate to work for Bellflower Unified for 22 years before transitioning to Cerritos College. And with that relationship, Mr. Lundgren approached me about starting to build an early college program. So we had been in collaboration about how we could grow that opportunity for students, but it really was Mr. Lundgren approaching us to start the program at Bellflower High.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so if a similar process were to happen for Mayfair, it wouldn't necessarily be a lack of resources or a lack of time. It would just need to be planning, for example, with Mayfair's president, if they would have wanted to go forward with that sort of program.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at Cerritos, and particularly my department in partnerships, we leave the door open, but every school and every district has approached this differently, so the door is always open for collaboration.
Thank you so much. And I'm not sure if you would have any information, since it would be another school, but would Mayfair have any similar collaborations with Long Beach City College? I'm just going off of reference, since a lot of my Mayfair friends do end up going to Long Beach City College. I was just wondering if they were in collaboration with them with anything.
That's an excellent question. So Long Beach City College would not be able to offer dual enrollment classes to Mayfair High School unless we were unable to do that, because you are considered a local district. However, because because Mayfair is in Lakewood, they do participate in Promise at both places. And of course, there's different programs. So every student is different. But with regards to dual enrollment, it would be exclusively with Cerritos College.
I see. Thank you so much. And I know that there has been quite a bit of success with students who do complete the Cerritos Complete program and eventually moving on from Cerritos College to obtain either a bachelor's degree or just higher education. For me, since I'm a senior, I've been in a lot of talks with my own college counselor about, for example, their transfer program. I was wondering if you could just mention a few schools that some students would have the opportunity to apply to after they receive an associate's from Cerritos.
Largely, our students go to Cal State Long Beach or a local CSU, but our Scholars Honors Program has a 97% transfer rate to UCLA, where we have a tag agreement as well. We have students that go to Berkeley, go to Stanford, all of the elite universities. We're really proud of that, as well as our transfer center that gives specific guidance to students about how to navigate that transfer process.
Right. That's really great. Thank you. That gives me a lot of hope. So about early college, so I know it started 3 years ago. I was really sad that I couldn't apply because I missed the year pretty much, because I'll be a senior now. So are students in it from freshman year all the way to senior year, or is there a certain period of time that they're in the program?
The current model is that they start the summer before their freshman year by taking an orientation to college class, and then they take one class per semester freshman year, one class per semester sophomore, and then 2 per semester in the junior and senior years. We have been talking about developing 2-year programs as well. There really isn't a particular mold we have to stick to, so anything is possible.
Right. Thank you so much. And I think just from a student perspective, I unfortunately didn't get to do early college. I definitely would have if I were a little bit younger, but I was in a few dual enrollment classes with Cerritos College I was in one last year, and I could have also taken English 100, but it just didn't fit in my schedule. But I took economics since I would have had to have taken it in the summer, and I figured, well, if I could take it during my spring semester, then I could get a lot of things done. And it was a really great class. I was able to finish it in only a few months, and I have college credit now, so that's a few years off for me. So I'm really happy to have participated in that class. So thank you.
Congratulations, and you have a verbal acceptance from Dr. Fierro now. So.
That's binding too. That's binding. Thank you for the questions. All right, going back around, Dr. Alhassan.
Thank you. President Ferraro, I wanted to ask, based on your trends, when students do drop out, do you see the reasons why they're dropping out, and how is the college addressing it? And also, how can we support our students when they're ready to transition so that we have Cerritos College has a higher retention rate from our student bodies?
Actually, we just had that conversation earlier this week, and currently, what we do is we have some of our admissions and records team and some of our counselors looking at students that drop and personally calling. So there is a personal outreach there. And we have found a variety of reasons. However, since the pandemic, one of the reasons and one of the comments that we have seen consistently, we haven't quantified just yet, had to do with mental health situations, insecurities ranging from food insecurity to home insecurities, family issues, work conflicts, and just life in general tend to be some of the things that we hear more consistently. So as we were talking about this, we are looking into a potential implementation of holds when the students are going to drop classes. So they have to answer a survey as to why they're leaving, and then a hold to give us time to either contact them or time for them to think, because something that sometimes happens, and again, we're trying to quantify how frequently, is there is a setback and the default is I'm gonna drop. But when you cool off and you get the opportunity to think and see other options, you have already dropped. So we're looking at ways in which we can separate the time in which you make a decision until the official drop happens, and see if it gives us a little bit more time to do outreach. The other part and how we can continue to partner is that handover during the transitions. The research usually, what is pretty consistent in the research is that students tend to drop during transitions, and that basically means from middle school to high school, from high school into community college, from community college into a 4th year. So part of being able to connect on dual enrollment and the early college programs is to enhance that warm transition between the institutions, so the students that already have a relationship with their teachers or their counselors or their principals are able to connect right away with someone from our team and establish a new point of contact. That, if we continue to work on that, I think we can continue to work on those drop-offs that we see.
Thank you. And Board Member Garza.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was thinking that your program can also perhaps help us with our ADA issue. So, as we're losing students, staff, I think this would be more for you. How can we kind of promote this, that our district has this? And it would be wonderful if we had it at both our high schools, so that way we can increase, perhaps our attendance and our enrollment. That I'm thinking about it as you were speaking. So again, thank you so much for coming tonight.
Pleasure.
Dr. Fierro, you hit it out of the park, sir. Great job. Thank you for the presentation. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the partnership. Dr. Drotti, thank you very much for the time and the conversations that we have had. So looking forward to continuing our partnership. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Lunch is on me next time, so.
Thank you.
The board will now recess for a 5-minute break, and we will reconvene at 7:30. Let's call it 7:32.
Okay.
Welcome back again. The board will now reconvene at 7:32, and we will move on to our superintendent's report. And before we get to our superintendent's report, I would like to note one change. Is that? Oh, it's okay. Oh, you're good. I would like to note one thing. One change we've made on the dais is a new system, and I want to thank staff for implementing that system. I'm really excited about it. It's basically it's technology to help orderly discussion, so board members can all have the access and the voice, and so we can continue on with the discussion. One thing I will note is when we go through rounds of questioning, it's my request that board will keep their questions to 1 or 2, and I promise once we get through a full round of questions, we will go back around until you have no more questions, especially on important issues that you want to be heard on. So that's one request I have so board members can stay engaged the entire time. But I am really excited about the new system, and thank you to staff for making that happen. That being said, we will move to superintendent's report. Dr. Drotti.
I had several topics I was gonna talk about. It was more or less an update about where we are in the spring, but I think I'm gonna move that to the next board meeting because just for sake of time, the only thing I'm gonna report on is a statutory requirement that I have to have. And so, which is essentially the district has recently completed the quarterly uniform complaint report summary for October through December 2023 as required by the county as a result of the Williams settlement legislation. There were no complaints received during this quarter in the area of instructional materials, facilities, or teacher assignments. So, and that concludes the superintendent's report.
Ben, you don't have to do that for time, but you're good.
You want me to go?
Yeah,
Okay.
you go.
All right,
I mean,
all right.
you know.
I'm trying to watch everybody's time here, so.
We want to hear what you have to say.
All right, so first foremost, welcome back, everybody, to staff, teachers. I know we all definitely needed that break. I think somebody, by the time November, December comes around, people are emotionally and physically and mentally exhausted. So this is a time for us to take a break. So I'm glad people were able to do that. The second semester is really a race to the end at this point. And there's usually things happening in the second semester with every district. You have to first review where you are and in terms of academically, fiscally, and everything else. And we get to next Thursday at Ramona, we have a chance for the principals to come and present where they are in terms of student learning, and also academic, also social, emotionally, and so on. So for those that want to see that, they'll be there. Their reports will be put online if you can't make it, but they'll be presenting that with some of their staff members. So that's more or less a review of what we're currently doing. At the same time, every district right now gearing up, not for this year, but for next year. Okay, so part of that is really about planning, and it starts with, like tomorrow, there's a big meeting with the government's report on the budget, and then that process will go throughout the year. Because that ties right into what we have to do. At the same time, we also have to plan for next year, and I'm excited that we have some dates on a calendar for professional learning that we desperately need, about 6 days next year and following year. I'm going to ask the principals to really engage with their staffs because right now those days are empty right now. We know it's for professional learning, but they're empty. I haven't said we're doing this or doing that. That needs to come from the school sites. And I'm going to ask all the principals to really engage with their staffs to come up with some what they think they need for their schools to be successful, so we can rally around and support with the professional learning. So more to come on that. And there's going to be a lot of things happening this semester, but all of this is really about us working together to get the results. So please be on the lookout for that. I think that is that important. I don't want people coming saying the professional learning isn't something I expected. The only way that can happen is if we were not engaged together on developing what that is. So but please engage in those conversations. There will also be a survey we'll be sending out. We need people to fill those out. So between the survey results about professional learning needs and also other needs, as well as the conversations, the two should come together for us to be able to develop a game plan for next year. With that, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti. Moving on to board communications. Are there any board communications tonight? Board Member Garza.
As for myself, I just been taking it very easy. Thank you for that break that I enjoy with my family. But I did want to make a comment, kind of a piggybacking up on what Dr. Drotti was saying. I work at a district that offers training as well for their teachers. But I wanted to express how important it is for our teachers who now have this opportunity to have their training prior to the beginning of the school year, and that it's something that comes from you. Where I am working, we are always told, this is what you're going to go and train on. This is what you're going to go and train on now. So to have that kind of like open, and for you as teachers to decide, and as school, as your school community together, what you want to be trained on and what to focus on, I think is really, really an opportunity that please don't miss that. So, because there's a lot of teachers out there who would love to have that opportunity too. So thank you, staff, and thank you, colleagues, as well, for, for everybody else to be able to enjoy that.
Thank you, Board Member Garza. Board Member Al-Hassan.
Thank you. I just wanted to report that I attended the National School Board Association webinar on special education for board members. And the whole premise is that informed governance fosters strength and addresses complaints. And one of the issues that they talked about was inclusion can't even talk anymore. Inclusion is engagement within a community where the equal worth and inherent dignity of each person is honored. An inclusive community promotes and sustains a sense of belonging. It affirms the talents, beliefs, backgrounds, and identities of its members. That's the overall definition. In regards to supporting our students with disability, it involves individual learning goals, accommodations, modifications so that they are able to access general education curriculum in the general education classroom and to be held in the same expectation. As a result of the webinar and the knowledge I gained from the peers and the fellow governing board members across the nation, I wanted to form an advisory group, which was brought up by a parent here, for our special education teachers, parents, and administrators to work collaboratively on the issues and gaps that we need to address and how to support our students and teachers. So I'd like to be spearhead that process with staff, and so I'd be happy to share some of the PowerPoints and actually questions that they have for stakeholders that we can start working on. In addition, I've been talking to our student board members in regards to looking at part of our wellness and safety model, which had to do with our student ambassador program, and how it really has numerous benefits to support each site in enrollment goals and admissions. One of the areas was it builds trust. Ambassadors add a layer of authenticity to admission efforts. While staff members are seen as authority figures, students are often seen ambassadors as peers and equals. They feel more comfortable in asking then pointed questions about day-to-day campus experiences. It fosters relationships. These representatives provide candidates and their families a window to the reality of your school by opening up the program to students with various backgrounds and with various strengths. We can ensure the entire student body is represented. Their honesty, unscripted viewpoints will help prospective students and parents feel more connected to their institution. Additionally, they can also act as personal point of contact. And this really supports in regards to eliminating the bully situation and also building trust and having those students who are isolated be included. It provides leadership opportunities for exceptional students. Acting as a student ambassador offers students a chance to grow in their leadership, communication skills, and inspire other students to make more active roles in representing the school. Eager prospective students might also be interested in joining the program. This offers another incentive for students to apply to our schools and our district to be part of the valued and have their input to their current student experience. Finally, I wanted to say that I've been working with the City of Bellflower as part of my role as Commissioner on Public Social Services, which also relates to one of the parents brought up the issues on emergency preparedness. So in working with the fire chief, and I've had it put on our website in regards to community emergency response training is being offered by the LA County Fire Department to support local communities and school districts. Community emergency response team training following a major disaster, fire, or rescue resources that may our first responders may not be able to immediately respond to those needs. He gave the example, which is really sometimes hard to hear, but if there was an emergency between, and they were within a mile of each other, a skilled nursing facility and a school, the fire department goes to the school and leaves the skilled nursing facility on their own. And he brought that up as awakening experiences that they can't be everywhere at the same time. So in a sense, this CERT training also provides guidance on how to respond as first responders. So it's a free training, and it's I encourage everyone to participate. I'm going to be joining, even though I have a physical disability. When I talked to the fire chief, he said, you would be the planner. So everyone has a role, is what I'm trying to say. So again, it's free. It's a 20-hour certificate training to the communities we serve. Classes are taught by trained emergency personnel, including firefighters and emergency medical response personnel. This training offers residents about hazards that impact their area, as well as basic disaster response, such as fire safety, light search and rescue, team organization, disaster and medical operations. And upon completing the course, the CERT members can assist others in the neighborhood and the workplace in the event of when professional responders are not immediately available for help. So this is something that we have to be prepared for. It's not when an earthquake is going to happen, it is going to happen. And I think the more we prepare, not only as a community, but also as a district, the better we'll be able to serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Hesson. Student Board Member Dison.
Thank you, President Crutchfield. It's been a couple months since I've been on here, but after our very well-needed winter break, within these next few weeks, I will be working with my school site Senate members and some of our Student Advisory Council members for some changes we would like to see before I graduate or even after that. Also, we'll be having a Student Advisory Council meeting this Monday. I am looking forward to what usually Ms. Carter has prepared for us in terms of some really informational topics with what's going on in our district. And also, I just had the privilege of being able to help one of my juniors today. She is participating in a Skills USA competition to become a CNA. And the skills that I know that she learned from are really great CTA pathways. It was really great to see her. She was doing all these different things with pulse points. And I hope that our students will have continued support when it comes to fields in STEM, when it comes to CTE pathways. And I was also in the Skills USA meeting today with a few of my friends, and it was really great seeing them all preparing their resumes. A lot of them are participating in Skills USA competitions within the next few months. So, yeah, that is all I would like to report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And Board Member Armstrong.
Thank you, President Critchfield. All right, well, Happy New Year, everyone. So during the break, I spent time with my family, and I did meet with our new board president. Congratulations again, President Brad Critchfield. And we are excited about us trying to work together, which led me to do some additional research. And I had I'd asked for some additional information to be added to the Friday memo because I was I do the budget thing. So anyway, there's just a few things that I wanted to clarify. At our last board meeting, I didn't want to say anything until I had it confirmed about some of the facts about the RFP for the council, and it did state. I mean, I just had to get what we did send out. So it did state that BUSD will be selecting multiple firms to supply the above referenced services based on the needs of the district, the firm's areas of expertise, experience, responses to the scope of services, and section of the RFP in the interview process. So initially, when we put this out, it really was intended, because you guys did a lot of work, and I'm grateful for it. So I want to know that it is, I can share this with you. So I just didn't have it in front of me, because I was like, do I remember that right? Because I don't always remember things right. I also asked that I asked them to provide me with, we've been tracking the council and how many hours and all that kind of stuff. So, and like the number amount in the case, anyway, I asked for some, I wanted to compare how many hours each law firm has been billing and how much it's been costing. So I have this information too that I do want to share with you all, because at the rate we're going, we're going to be spending a lot of money. While I do appreciate Andrew, I still think it's our superintendent that we really need to focus on. We need Andrew, don't get me wrong. And I appreciate the services, but we hired our superintendent to do a job. We pay him a lot of money, and we have to make sure we work him. And that's just like with anybody. We don't want to, like last time, that cost us $1,800. While it's not a lot of money, if we continue on this trajectory, it's going to end up being a lot of money. And we need Andrew, okay? But we still need to make use of who we're really paying, that man, Mr. Dr. Dradi, okay? And so the reason why I'm saying this is especially because we got that letter from LACO, and we gotta do our part in making sure that we monitor what we're spending, and we gotta make sure that we use the resources we have, and I think we're doing a good job in trying to provide, governance and direction. We don't have to micromanage, but we still need to make sure that we look at what's being presented to us, and we can always approve, disapprove, abstain, or even ask for changes. So I just want to make sure we just kind of make sure we remember our role, okay? Now, as far as what I did today, I went to the Principals Appreciation Luncheon, and we had a few of our principals there, and YMCA and the parents are so proud and so happy that they've partnered up with Bellflower. I mean, it's not just Bellflower, it's Long Beach schools and Lakewood schools, Cerritos schools, you know, so, and that's a partnership that we really need to continue to develop and even grow more, because the families, if you hear some of the stories of the families, they would, sometimes it would bring you to tears, but that community partner is so important, and we want to continue that relationship with them and grow it even more. I also attended the LA County School Trustees Association meeting, and that was really exciting to me because that was Pasadena City College. So just like Cerritos was here representing and telling us about their program, they have programs too, and they'll take kids from anywhere, of course. And but the thing is, this guy, his name is Robert Hogg. He's the senior engineer at NASA, and he graduated from Pasadena City College, and he's part of the Jet Propulsion Lab. You know, all that space stuff it looks like science fiction. But one fun fact I just want to share, because when I was listening to him and looking at his presentation, he's talking about, you know, landing on Mars, and they have like that thing that looked like WALL-E, because, you know, that's what I said. I said, oh, this looks just like one of those Disney movies. And he goes, you know what? Disney actually took a picture of our model and used it in that WALL-E movie. So that was just a little, you know, something. I'm like, wow, I was just blown away. So I'm telling you, education right now is amazing. It is so much out there when it comes around to technology and artificial intelligence, and oh my goodness, it's just really exciting. So, but anyway, you have a really bright future in front of you, but I'm glad my education is over. I'm ready just to be a grandma. So, but anyway, thank you for listening to me. And again, Happy New Year. May we continue to be blessed and have a prosperous new year. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart.
Good evening. On 12/18, I attended the LA County Federation Labor meeting. It's good to stay up with my union partners, and it's great listening to their perspectives, their positive stories and concerns, so I really enjoyed that. On 12/21, I attended the district breakfast. This is just always a really fun event. I enjoy spending time with our district staff who work so hard all around, so thank you. And nutritional services, I was just talking to Sulema about this. They just have the best food for us, and I look forward to visiting their facilities in the next month, so they're always great. On 1/14, I attended our subcommittee meeting on the BUSD Foundation. This Monday, we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King's legacy. Happy heavenly 95th birthday to him. I wish he was still here to continue his much-needed advocacy. He taught us the importance of serving others. His advocacy of less racism, poverty, war, and violence will never be forgotten. And I wish that the world would see everyone as an individual and judge people based on their own unique character and morals. So I'm glad that we celebrated him on Monday. Lastly, just looking at my first year on the board, this has kind of been my first, full year. I've learned a lot. I finished all of my governance classes, which was great. I was on one board committee with Board Member Armstrong on student board members. I continue to research and study, and I just want to say I really enjoyed most my time with our students and families, including collaborating with our PTA, attending banquets, games, musicals, assemblies, back-to-school nights, open house, graduation, classroom visits, and all the events. Trunk or Treat was amazing. Read to Achieve was awesome. So I really am loving being a board member, and I hope to continue to do great things for our district. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
I'm sorry, can I just say congratulations on that, on your graduation. That MIG program is intensive. So congratulations.
So a couple things. One, again, about the new DIA system. It's something that I've seen in other districts. And when I ran for this seat, I ran on my enthusiasm for technology and wanting to have better communication. And I hope it's a tool that can make that more possible for us, even if there's a little bit of a curve as we kind of get used to it. But it's to remedy issues that I've seen over the past year. There are times where a board member couldn't get to the mic. There was a moment, even just last meeting, where I mistakenly thought somebody was done speaking, and I was very quickly corrected, rightfully so. But I'm hoping, this tool can help us be able to speak, take our time, and then get through the board members. And if we need to have another time to speak, we can. There's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, I think, for it, but I think it's a good tool in the long run. I want to thank those that spoke today in advocacy for our special education students. It's something that's very near and dear to me. I love some of the ideas, and I echo what my colleague Dr. Al Hessen said about forming a committee, and that's something I would love to work with her on, making that possible for our board so we can focus specifically on those students, their needs, and how we can support them. So that's something that I will be reaching out to talk about. Visited both Mayfair and Bellflower wrestling programs, even got on the mat a little bit. I tired out very fast. Proud of both programs. Great students, great coaching. I will say that there is a difference in the programs, and I think it speaks to some of the inequities in our athletic opportunities from both campuses. And I think it's something that we should look at and make sure that we're supporting all of our athletic programs from both campuses. And again, I went to the Paramount match for Mayfair Wrestling with my right hand VP here, Miss Stewart, and they dominated. They did great, and I'm really looking forward to recognizing them here when CIF happens. I think they're going to do really great. Amazing team. I'm excited for the year ahead. There's a lot of ideas, a lot of things that I think will help our communication, help the board work better together, and I'm really excited about that. We have a workshop this Saturday. We have 3 meetings in the next 7 days, so I think we're going to get a lot of work done and set the year up for success. Let's see, one more thing. I do want to touch on bullying and harassment online, and I will say that it's never okay, and we're public officials. You can say whatever you want to any of us. It's fine. But when you're posting things of people's families and their kids, there's a ethical, there's a line. And, I'm all about freedom of speech and do your thing. And even if it's not tasteful all the time, it's not okay. And the reason I even say it in my board report is because it's important for us as colleagues on this board to not condone that and not even support or like the comments online when they're bashing your colleague. It's not okay. I'm going to call it out, and we have to be better than that. And that's something that I hope we can touch on in our handbook, and those things matter when it comes to working together on important topics. So hopefully we can talk about that on Saturday, and really so we can focus on working together and making a difference for our students, which is what we should be doing on this board. One thing I will say, just in response to my colleague, Ms. Armstrong, I don't know which numbers you have. If you could share those with me, that'd be great. They were in the Friday memo, Dr. Drotti?
Did you put them in a memo or you just made a copy?
Did you just send them to one board member?
No, it's in the Friday memo. It was the
It is?
request of adding the hours. So we were tracking the amounts, but the request was to add hours.
Oh, on the where it
tracker.
usually is a tracker.
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
good.
The council tracker.
Yeah, you guys already have a track. We've been having a tracker for several months now.
Yeah.
I think the difference is the hour. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same ones I have here. Okay, I will say that I think it's a little disingenuous to make those comments when I'm looking at the same numbers you're looking at. And I can see very clearly that our current law firm, we're paying about half as much as we used to. And if you look at just one bill from January for $74,000 for Eric Bathen, we're on average about $20,000 with our current legal. And there's a whole bunch of numbers that really show the changes that we've made, and that's with 2 law firms right now, which consolidating down to one is something that the entire board talked about. Being fiscally responsible is very important, and making sure we have a good handle on our litigation so we can be responsible and attentive to those is very important. I think that as far as being fiscally responsible, we've done a really great job, and we're saving the district a lot of money. When you look at these, I don't know how you would look at these numbers and come up with a different conclusion, but
We can definitely sit down and analyze them.
I think
Point
we
of
can.
order, are we allowed to make comments back and forth during these? Oh, no, I'm just asking, because I've seen other people do it, many people. Are we allowed to, like, come back and answer questions and talk?
It's not supposed to be a dialogue. It's generally considered proper decorum to allow the speaker to finish and not engage in any dialogue based on board member reports.
Right. In these comments, it's not supposed to be a dialogue, and I think I've given that to others, and I think we should all do it for each other. But I will respond. I would like to sit down with you and talk about this. So that's something I'll reach out on as well. On a brighter note, I do want to say thank you again to district staff for implementing these systems, and also Carrie and Elaine for putting those tabs on the board book. I know it's a lot of hard work and it can be tedious, but I really do appreciate your work on that. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, moving on to discussion items. Dr. Drotti.
Let me orient myself here for a second. We have two discussion items this evening. We will begin with the California School Dashboard update. At this time, Dr. Reyes will give the board information.
The 2023 dashboard was released last December, and I'm here this evening to provide a summary of the results. The dashboard is focused on improvement. The goal is to improve performance from year to year and to identify our strengths and our weaknesses. This data assists us in creating plans for improvement in the indicators on the dashboard and for all student groups. The dashboard does not exist in isolation. It's part of a continuous process that begins with our LCFF funding. Districts are required to create an LCAP or a district plan to identify how to use this funding to best meet the needs of students. Goals and actions are created for this purpose, and metrics are monitored to determine effectiveness. The dashboard is the accountability tool created by the state that districts use to help monitor effectiveness and identify progress with meeting goals. The dashboard is also part of our ongoing cycle of inquiry and provides information that sites can use to adjust their plans based on status and growth for each indicator. This year, the dashboard was released in December. The State Board of Education has adopted a timeline over the next few years, which will allow us to access this data much earlier in the school year. In 2024, the dashboard release is anticipated in November, and in 2025, the release will be even earlier in October. The measures on the dashboard are categorized as state or local measures. The local measures were reported at a board meeting in June 2023. With the release of the dashboard, we now have the results of the state measures that are listed on the slide. This is an overview of the BUSD 2023 dashboard, which is a full picture of our state and local indicators together. This year, each state indicator is assigned a color, as we now have 2 years of data for all indicators except college and career. The colors are determined based on the current status of an indicator and how it has changed from the previous year. The colors range from red, indicating low performance, to blue, indicating high performance and significant change. The only indicator without a color this year is the College and Career Readiness Indicator. This is because that was not reported on last year's dashboard, so we only have 1 year of data. And that's represented by the purple cell phone bars showing status only. Next year, the CCI will have a color assigned and the dashboard will be fully returned as it was pre-pandemic. When looking at the overall performance, BUSD has no indicators that are red. In comparison to last year, BUSD has improved in 4 indicators: English language arts, mathematics, English learner progress, and chronic absenteeism. Maintained in 1 indicator, graduation rate, and had a decrease in 1 indicator, the suspension rate. Let's take a closer look at each indicator. Chronic absenteeism represents the percent of students in kindergarten through 8th grade who were absent for 10 or more % of the instructional days they were expected to attend. The goal of this indicator is to decline, which is the reverse of most of the other indicators, because our desired outcome is to receive or achieve a low chronic absenteeism rate and to decrease from the year before. Most districts across California, and indeed the nation, saw a large increase in chronic absenteeism due to COVID. We have yet to return to pre-COVID levels, but we did decline by 4% in chronic absenteeism. The chart in the center shows our schools' rates of chronic absenteeism and the color they were assigned on the dashboard. For this indicator, 11 out of 13 schools improved. The dashboard also looks at the achievement on student groups, which you see across the bottom of the slide there, because we want to make sure all students are carefully monitored. And for chronic absenteeism, 9 out of 12 student groups improved. When compared to surrounding districts, BUSD has a lower rate of chronic absenteeism than 3 of those districts. The suspension rate indicator represents the percentage of unduplicated students who were suspended for an aggregate total of 1 full day during the school year. This is also a reverse goal, as the desired outcome is to achieve a low suspension rate and a decrease from the previous year. 6 of 14 schools maintained or improved, and 7 of 13 student groups maintained or improved. When compared to surrounding districts, BUSD had the highest suspension rate last year. Also, as noted on the slide, Black or African American students were suspended at a higher rate than the other student groups, and in comparison to the previous year, the suspension rate increased. This is an area of focus for sites with a high rate of suspension for Black or African American students to identify root causes for suspension and possible interventions, supports, or professional development that may be needed to support improvement in this area. The next indicator is graduation rate and represents the percentage of students who graduated high school within a specific time frame. To be counted as a graduate on the dashboard, a student must have earned a regular high school diploma. For this indicator, BUSD is green, as we have a high graduation rate and we maintained from last year. No student groups are in the red for this indicator. Out of 8 student groups, 5 maintained or increased. 2 out of 3 high schools increased. And when compared to 5 surrounding districts, BUSD has a higher graduation rate than 2 of them. The academic indicator on the dashboard represents 2 measures: English language arts and mathematics. These measures show how well students are meeting grade level standards based on student performance on the Smarter Balanced Summative Assessments and the California Alternate Assessments, which are taken each spring by students in grades 3 through 8 and grade 11. This indicator is calculated by the distance from standard, or DFS, which represents the distance between a student's scale score on the assessment and the scale score for standard met. An average of all the distances is calculated for the district, schools, and student groups. This average is then used to determine the performance levels. This year, BUSD is yellow in math, as we have shown improvement since last year. The chart in the center of the slide shows the distance from standard, whether we increased, maintained, or decreased, and the last column is the percentage of students who were proficient and advanced on the test at both the district and the site level. 9 out of 13 schools increased from last year and 2 maintained. And out of 12 student groups, 9 increased and 2 maintained. And when we look at 5 surrounding districts, BUSD is higher than 3 of them. The English language arts scores on the dashboard are calculated in a similar manner to math. BUSD is yellow for this indicator as we increased from the previous school year. 7 out of 13 schools increased and 2 maintained. 9 student groups increased and 2 maintained. And when compared to surrounding districts, BUSD outperforms 2 of the 5. Proficiency in the English language is a first step for our students to do well in all other subject areas. The English Learner Progress Measure looks at the progress that English learner students are making towards achieving English proficiency. Each spring, English learners take the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or LPAC, which measures how well they know and understand English. Results from the LPAC are used to calculate this English Learner Progress Measure. Progress means students have increased a level or maintained at the highest level of proficiency. For this indicator, BUSD is green, and we have increased from last year. 9 out of 12 schools increased and 1 maintained. When compared to surrounding district, BUSD is higher than 3 of them. The College and Career Readiness Measure shows how many students graduate from high school better prepared for college or a career. This indicator uses many college and career measures, such as completion of coursework, completion of a CTE pathway, or exam results. With the return of the CCI this year, that's why you see it reported as status only and not assigned a color, because we do not have status and change. Overall, BUSD received a designation of low in this indicator and was ahead of 1 surrounding district. The dashboard indicates that we are making growth with the indicators and most student groups are improving. For example, when we compare the amount of student groups in the lowest category from 2022 to 2023, we can see that there is a decrease in the lowest areas for our student groups across the board. The dashboard is utilized to provide assistance to districts and schools. Differentiated assistance is provided at the district level, and CSI and targeted assistance is provided at the school level. To receive this assistance, a school or district must have at least 1 student group achieving at the lowest level in at least 2 of the following priority areas: basic services, implementation of state standards, parent and family engagement, pupil achievement, pupil engagement, school climate, access to a broad course of study, and outcomes of a broad course of study. This comparison from 2022 shows that there are less groups that qualify us for differentiated assistance, as you saw on the earlier slide. We don't have as many groups in the red indicator. The dashboard does reveal, however, that our English learners, homeless students, and students with disabilities require additional support. This is a representation of these student groups. We are currently looking into ways to support their improvement. Coordination with school sites to identify specific strategies for these student groups is ongoing, as well as further investigation as to root causes for these students. For example, principals have already analyzed their dashboard data and identified areas of strength and areas where improvement is needed. This data will be shared with leadership teams and teachers to determine what strategies are working and what needs to be changed or added to plans to address these areas and the student groups in need of intervention. Schools with groups that fall under additional targeted support and improvement must specify in their school plans how these student groups will be supported. All schools are engaged in a continuous improvement cycle and will be using lead data throughout the year to monitor progress. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, questions? I see Miss Stewart.
I just had one question on the last page. I know it says that the modifications will be made to the school plans. Who makes these modifications?
So these are made at the site level. So this would be the principal in conjunction with their leadership team and the teachers. So they're going to look at the plan and see, what's working well and what needs to be modified or changed, and make those decisions within the plan.
So if is this a directive that they're supposed to meet with their teachers and everyone there, or does every site do it different, or how does that work?
Yeah. If you remember, the structure of ask the staff to be involved is to establish site leadership teams, instructional leadership teams, which is teacher leaders and other paraprofessionals and so on. They are then, and that group should be connected to their site teacher teams that are organizing to grade levels or subject-specific groups, and that conversation has to occur. This goes back to where I was saying earlier when I was talking about how we're going to have conversations around professional learning and needs and resources. It is birthed from there. And the goal is for them to actually look at data like this and not to just create plans off the air, but to actually look at empirical data that they have, look at the instruction and processes that they use, and then try to see whether those things equates to success or not. Let me add something. I just want to make sure, just in line with that, I've heard enough questions or concerns from staff or even possibly parents about the suspension rate and how we measure those things. I want people to be clear. No one is saying that you don't suspend students that need to be suspended because of whatever violation that occurs. What we have to look at is if we see trends of suspensions occurring often or to specific subgroups, we have to ask the question, what is happening that's leading into that? Is it just a environment? Is this things that happen at home? But conversations have to occur. So the goal is not to say no one gets suspended. It is that what preventions can we have to reduce so that when students don't act to get suspended. So I just want to make that clear because somebody can interpret that information saying that we are directing that suspensions are not supposed to occur, and that is not what's supposed to be taking place.
Okay, thank you for that. Dr. Sue?
Thank you. I was curious to find out because we had a board retreat study session where we looked at actually academic performance across the board of different groups. And I was wondering, what's the correlation when you look at the academic performance in relationship to chronic absenteeism? Because like we saw, and we didn't even discuss this group, but I'm hoping Dr. Durati will look at identifying and looking at our students with disabilities. We just glossed over it. We didn't even look at it. But it is a trend in regards to the dashboard in regards to chronic absenteeism. So where is the correlation of how we're looking at academic performance and then the relationship of chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, all the points that we were looking at in regards to the dashboard?
Well, Dr. Sue, that would be part of the analysis. I don't have exact numbers for you now, but I would definitely imagine between chronic absenteeism and academic achievement, there would be a correlation. But when we talk about looking at root causes and analyzing, that would be part of it. So we're looking at, a student group or students that are not achieving, that absenteeism rate would come in as a part of that. So intervention, as well as in the academic arena, would need to be provided for the absenteeism as well, be it in meeting with the parents or creating an attendance intervention plan in conjunction with an academic intervention plan. So when you're discussing and looking at root causes, all of those things need to be looked at, because it could be a student is in an intervention that's being provided that's a good intervention and we know can show results, but if they're absent and missing out and only dipping in and out of that intervention, then it's not going to work for the student.
Right, because a follow-up to that question in regard to correlation academic performance is that when we're seeing students graduating, we're happy that they're graduating, but if they're graduating and their reading level is at a second grade, I'm not happy that they're graduating at second grade reading level. So you mentioned interventions. So how are we going to be able to identify that early on so that when we have a really successful graduation rate, we're looking at the performance of all the levels in regards of their academic achievement being at 11th or 12th grade level?
Well,
if possible, I know some.
No, early intervention is very important, and our elementary have just finished their second round of NWEA assessments in reading and math and in language. So I know that I've met with all of the principals and we've gone through the data to really look at what's happening at those younger grades, because there's so much we can do there. And they're, very targeted with their plans on students who might still be struggling to read in those early grades. And you may hear more specifics about that next week at the retreat.
Yeah, I'm excited about meeting with everyone and sharing ideas. Thank you very much. A good report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garza.
Thank you, President Critchfield. I have a couple of, some questions. I'm not going to lie. So going to page, the one on BUSD cycles of inquiry, maybe perhaps this one is a better question directed at Dr. Durrati. Where in this cycle are we right now? Are we in Q1, Q2?
Yeah, we're in Q2, but Q2 is not just this, is what we're going to discuss next week as well. And Q3 is going to occur sometime around May, where principals are also going to come back and present on where we are at that time. But this time we're in Q2, and if you remember, if you reflect back on just the I'm not supposed to talk about closed session, but the superintendent evaluation and targets that we're going to look at and all that, and we decided to say it's going to be around December. So the reporting of that is going to be this, what you're seeing today, and also what you're going to see next week. So we just had to find a sweet spot where that's going to be, and our challenge is, we just heard that sometimes the dashboard is released at this time. So hopefully if they do release it in November, October, it'll be a lot more efficient where we can actually have these conversations in December or even November before we go on break.
So thank you for letting me know where we're at. But here you have November, March, and then April, June for quarter 4. According to what is on here, but what you're telling me, it doesn't seem like we're going to meet our deadline for April, June, correct?
November is what I was hoping for this when I drew this up is what Deidre just got through talking about in terms of when their report comes out. So when I drew this, the state has been talking about having the dashboard on for a long time. It's just they continue to drag it on. So if they do release it in October and November, like they said, this timeline matches. So I would like it to be this timeline. It's just there's some things I can't control. So unfortunately, because it was released so late, we're just doing it now. So hopefully next year we'll catch up on that.
Okay, so that's what I want to know. If this is for this year, this is kind of have to be flexible because, like you said, that's kind of out of your control.
Absolutely. And then it also ties into what, like I said, the meeting we had about just how you guys evaluate me with the work we're doing. And notice we try to match a timeline with this. So you'll notice the whole thing kind of wonky because we didn't have the data to look at. So I think next year it'll be most closer towards this. So I would love to keep this as is. And if If we find that it's not going to happen, we'll have to, shift again. So.
Okay, so if we don't get to Q4, because I'm really interested in completing the full cycle at the end of this year, at some point we will get some information, right?
Yes.
That kind of summarizes what's going on towards at the end of
Absolutely.
Q4.
Q4 is going to be more or less about, if you look at what's listed there, Q4 is going to be about, we have Q1, Q2, Q3. All those will inform planning for next year. And then what you see in Q4 is the principals and school sites establishing clearly what they're going to focus in on. So this year, for example, I'm curious to see what they're going to come up with when we look at their plans for next year in terms of professional learning, supports, which will also be in alignment with the resources we'll give them to support whatever plans that they have. So Q3, Q2, and Q3 will be used to develop the Q4 with their site plans, and then their site plans also informs the LCAP, and all of that goes together.
Anyone else on your
Yeah, we got a couple, but I
I'm
will
gonna-
come back.
Thank you.
I will come back.
I'm going to stop.
All right, Board Member Stewart.
I just wanted to request on our Friday memo the second round of NWE, if we can get that information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Board Member Armstrong.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, I know you say you guys have the planning at the site level, but what alternatives are you guys considering when it comes around to the chronic absenteeism? Is there a way that, because we're, it's ADA, we need the kids to attend so we can get our ADA. So is there some way that when you guys plan, is there a way that we can recover our ADA by offering like the Saturday classes or even classes during breaks? I mean, not only will we recover ADA, but our kids will be getting the instruction that they need. Also, consider, I don't know, I'm just off the top of my head, but even like social emotional learning, like we have all these different population of students. We have the homeless, we have the foster, we have, we really need to, like you say, get that root cause. And then the suspension rates, I really don't know the demographics, or at least I don't remember, but I know we don't have that high of an enrollment of African Americans kids compared to our other populations, but the highest suspension rate. We got to figure out what's really, really going on, and hone on into like the social emotional element of each of our children. We're all suffering. So I don't.
To just give you some background too of that planning, and maybe that's going to tie into some of the questions that you have in the fourth quarter, is the dashboard release helps our principals do that analysis, but it helps us as well. So you can see we're in differentiated assistance. So we bring that to our principals at a principal meeting and brainstorm some of these ideas, and they do the same with their school sites. You're going to hear more information next week about some of the things that they're doing in these areas, but this is a continued conversation. So for example, we have a meeting with principals tomorrow as well to really look at this dashboard information in a different light and thinking about the LCAP. So now we're looking at, okay, our LCAP actions, and do our administrators possibly have any revisions that they might want to make to those actions? Those are things that we're talking about in our DAG and PAC meetings too. We bring that data to our district advisory groups and our parent advisory groups and our district English learner advisory committees as well. And then they give feedback on those revisions to LCAP. So all of that stuff is continuing. You're going to have a board report in February that will be our annual update, and it'll tie the actions to the metrics that we're talking about. Tonight, we're just talking about the dashboard. but there are many other metrics that are involved there. And so this cycle it's happening, but it's happening in a lot of different venues, and then it coalesces together in that quarter four, where we'll be bringing in Dr. Drotti's strategic plan as well, and the input from that to help us identify where our focus is going to be, as well as from what the school sites are saying. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you.
Let me speak to what Mrs. Armstrong was talking about in terms of recouping absenteeism. I'm not sure everybody understands that concept here. There is a way for school districts, if you have high rates of absenteeism, you can recuperate those funds if you establish some kind of a Saturday school model in which there's some protocols with it where you feed students and you have curriculum, you have some things like that, and then you collect, and then you invite everybody. And then the key is, if Johnny was absent, we can recoup along the year. We can recoup that absence. If Susie wasn't absent throughout the year but comes to Saturday school, we don't receive it. So the whole goal is you offer some kind of a curriculum or Saturday school or for students, and the idea is that some of those students would have been absent throughout the year, and then you can apply to recoup those funds. So I don't know if the district ever did anything like that here. I know they use that in Santa Monica, Malibu. Also, we did it in Santa Barbara when I was there. So it is an area we can look at. It does two things for us. It is particularly if the curriculum is good. It helps us. It keeps students retain information at the same time, bring money back into the general fund.
Great. I think that might be a good topic for a future study session too.
Yeah, and in terms of suspension rates for the African American students, yes, we are under a watchful eye right now just because of the disproportionate suspension of African Americans. It is a concern of all of us. I think this is where we have to dig deeper and analyze the conversation. This is a conversation to sites, and you can invite students. Sometimes, if the high school students say, "Why is this trend occurring?" And then we just kind of look at what do we think is happening where this particular subgroup is suspended more disproportionately, and that's just a conversation we got to have as a whole system.
Thank you. I think we have a couple more questions for you. Board Member Garza.
I want to give opportunity to our student board member.
Sure.
If she's on
you gotta
screen.
You got to put the button and clear. Please.
Thank you, President Crutchfield and Ms. Garza. Dr. Reyes, is that correct? Hi, thank you. I believe it was the metric for chronic absenteeism where you mentioned that it was from the grades kinder to 8th grade. Mm-hmm. I was wondering why were those specifically the grade levels that were being, why the data was from those grades and not any of the upper ones?
Yes. So that was a decision by the State Board of Education that we would look at kinder through 8th grade, because looking at the metrics, they felt that the graduation rate and there's graduation rate and one of the others, the college and career indicator, thank you, captured that, because if students are present and at school, that we're going to do better in those. So that's why they don't call out chronic absenteeism specifically for those grades, because of the data that they were going to have. So it's a K8 indicator.
I see, thank you. And it's very unfortunate the rate at which African American students are being suspended. Do we have any record or data as to the reasons for each student's suspension, or is that not something that we measure currently?
We have the information as far as why they're suspended in our area system. That's not a metric that we have measured in a presentation, because what we typically ask of our school sites is for them to dig in specifically into what's going on at their school sites,
So
because
for
it's gonna be different school
Right.
to school, right? And the need is gonna be different school to school.
Okay.
And suspension reason goes based off ed code, but they should also be looking at referrals,
because that may be leading into things as well.
Just to add to that, Ms. Dizon, I think you've been in enough of these meetings to know that we look at what we call lag data, that final summative data. And then what I'm asking the principals and school sites to do right now is to go into Aries, and there's an area in Aries where you can actually put why students were suspended out of class, kicked out of class. If you start looking at that data and actually analyzing it, you might be able to show some trends about why things are happening. You can also now start involving students that could have been suspended. You know, I would love to pull a bunch of students that were suspended and say, what happened? What is going on? And get their input as well.
I see. That's all for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those questions. And Ms. Garza.
Thank you. So my next questions pertain to dashboard measures, local measures specifically. On the right-hand side, you have a school climate survey that our schools and complete. Is it twice, once a year? How often is that done?
We gather information for that actually from two surveys. One is happening right now. It's the California Healthy Kids Survey. Our students in 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th take that, but all staff members and all parents are invited to take that survey too. So a lot of that's got a very good alignment with that priority. Where we can get data back on specifically what's being asked in it. And then later on in March, we will have our LCAP survey, which covers a wide variety of topics, but there are some pertaining to climate in that as well.
And when these staff members and students are taking the survey, are they completing the survey on campus, at home?
So the students do take it in class. It is an anonymous survey for everyone, staff members at school, and then it's sent out to parents. And we just encourage as many of them as we can to complete the survey so that we can get good data.
Okay. And for staff members who are completing it on the campus, is there an administrator present in that room?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It would depend on when they get the link sent to them, so they can take it
wherever they want.
Wherever they want.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna go on to now the chronic absenteeism. We have Pacific Islanders and homeless. I believe HOM. That's what it's abbreviating. Mm-hmm. Those two categories. Could we possibly get some numbers, like actual hard numbers, not just percentages, as to the makeup that we do currently have in our district? I'm curious to see how many. I really don't know how many Pacific Islander students we have in our district. Is it 10? Is it 20? What are those actual numbers?
The numbers that make up the percentages?
Yes, please. Yeah. If that's possible. And in the Friday memo would be wonderful. Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then I also have a question. Sorry, I'm trying to go through all my sheets here. At the end, next steps. So when principals are going through this data with their staff, are they only identifying one focus, or are there several foci that they will be working on with their staff?
Well, I think it's going to depend on the site and what their site dashboard looks like. But I think the way we did it at our principals meeting, we first picked out where are we improving and where are we growing, and went through the indicators. And then we looked at them and saw where do we need to make improvements. So it was over several indicators that the principals selected several on their dashboard reflection.
So if a school has 5 areas that they want to grow on, they don't necessarily have to work on all 5 that school year, is what you're saying? Or they can, or do they have, are they expected to work on all 5?
Again, I think that would depend on the school and the leadership team and what determination they make in their plan. I mean, some may opt to do that, to work on them all together.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you for your hard work and that presentation. I truly appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Our last discussion item is on the board appointment to internal and external committees. I will now turn it over to General Counsel, Mr. Zarega.
Thank you, President Critchfield. So this item was requested at the December 14th, 2023 meeting. The board placed it under new business and requested, actually directed General Counsel to develop a policy regarding the appointment of board members to various committees. The goal was to prepare a model policy that would encompass all appointments to all committees, including the reorganization as well. However, once I undertook this project and began to do the legal research behind it, it was discovered that there were several policies currently in place that spoke to those specific items. Now, the issue that came up is that it was difficult to draft a policy on top of an existing policy without having direction from the board as to what changes would want to be made to the existing policy. As such, going back and reviewing them, the current policy that the board has adopted speaks to various levels of committees. For example, a subcommittee is different than a standing committee, is different than an external committee. So I'll just go briefly over what the current policy is regarding those different types of committees and turn it over to the board to discuss what changes would like to be made to that policy regarding those specific committees. So currently for subcommittees, which are considered committees where a quorum of board members are not present, so that means 2 or less, those board meetings are not scheduled by the Board of Education, but rather by the individual committee itself, so they set their own schedule. Those are what would be considered subcommittees or ad hoc committees. Those committees are not part of or not under the guise of the Brown Act, so open meeting laws do not apply to those committees. Currently, the practice is that the board president appoints board members to those committees. That policy is more of a spoken one and not one that's codified within the policy itself, but it's been the general practice of the board thus far. Board president appoints. Now, when you go to standing committees, these are also known as statutory committees. Committees are required to be had via statute or where a quorum of the board is present on those committees. They are subject to the Brown Act. For those committees, it's generally a recommendation by the superintendent and then appointment by the president of the board with approval of the board as a whole. So the entire board would have to vote on the appointments made by the president. That includes a nomination process and much like we did last meeting. For external committees, it simply states that a board member will be designated to represent the board on these external committees, for example, LAFCA. That process has been historically done through a nomination, such as was done at the last meeting, and a vote by the board. So the entire board participates in that process. And then in terms of the reorganization, similar, it's a nomination process where the entire board votes for the individual to serve in that particular office for the year. Reorganizations are required to take place every year at a set time. The district currently has a policy in place at which time that will take place, and new members will be voted in for those specific offices to serve a 1-year term. These votes have to, again, occur every year. So that's the current policy that's in place. Any new policy that would be drafted, I would need direction from the board as to what changes you would like to see, and specifically for each and every type of committee, if changes are desired by the board, or if no changes are desired. Whatever the outcome may be, I just need direction as to how you would like me to proceed so that I can draft a policy that meets the desires of the board.
Thank you for that. I will now open it up for discussion to the board. Dr. Alhassan.
So on the formation of committees, it's not really, you're saying that the board president assigns the committees. But there are different committees so that, for example, we're looking at a standing committee. For example, what we have currently is our alliance is a standing committee. It was in the past. So then we would have to define it as a standing committee and then go through the process of how we would designate who would be part of it.
So currently, as
that
it
what you're saying?
stands, the Alliance Committee is not a standing committee because only 2 board members sit on the board, and the board does not set the schedule of meetings. It's actually done by the committee itself. So it doesn't actually qualify as a standing committee. I understand that in the past it would have been, but in its current iteration, it would be considered a subcommittee.
But when it says here, when you're actually taking action and identifying things that would change, for example, it was decided upon, and we were found out later that in regards to the buyout time for personal development and taking classes as part of their professional development. So that's something that would be an ongoing thing. It wouldn't just be a subcommittee that would end, because subcommittees have an ending date.
Correct. And so the Alliance Committee can be ended at any time by the board president. Because it's not being ended, it hasn't terminated, that doesn't mean that it's not required to have a set termination date. So even, for example, the Foundation Subcommittee can meet multiple times if multiple issues come up to discuss that. At some point, it will terminate because the purpose of it has finalized and the action is brought to the board for a decision. Even in the Alliance meetings, they have no authority to make any decision binding on the district. Any decisions they make come merely as recommendations to the board, and the board has to take action on them. So they have no authority to act on behalf of the board. And because a quorum of the board is not present, that means that there is basically no decision that could be made at that meeting that would impact any decision later made by the board.
That's not happening.
So I'll chime in just because I'm on that committee and tell you firsthand, I think Dr. Dradi does a great job with those meetings, and he really sets the table as any recommendation that he's making in the conversations that are happening are, this is something that I will still need to bring to the board. It's always presented that way. I think the conversations have been very great, and it's a great opportunity to have open and honest dialogue with our partners in education. And I think it's been really awesome, and I believe that the idea of the subcommittee is it's not a standing committee because it's not about the same thing all the time, and we're not setting the schedule. When it comes to the different types of committees, it's being done properly right now, even if it was done differently in the past. But they're great meetings that I think should continue. But there are other opportunities for standing committees. I mean, you brought up one earlier that I think would be great. I think it's important that we all understand the different type of committees so we can be on the same page when putting ourselves on there so we can do more work and collaborate better. So I appreciate you bringing this here so we can talk about those different types of committees.
Right, so information should be shared with the board.
If I can, I know I was
I'm just
doing
asking.
that. No, you're fine. I agree. I totally agree. I think that perhaps after our alliance meetings that we should have a report out to the rest of the board and let it, I think they're great things to highlight. I think they're, and we usually do talk about them a little bit, but I can get down with that.
I
think it's
think
a
that's
good thing.
important since you're there representing the board, and therefore no information usually gets back to Renita or myself or Amy. I don't know if Amy got information, but I never got any information. I know Renita never got any information. So it's really not an open process when we're not hearing the perspectives or views of BTA or CSTA. Because you're the only ones hearing it.
Can I just from my experience as superintendent, remember I dealt with a 7-member board in Santa Monica, Malibu, and subcommittees are normally created to do a lot of troubleshooting, because in the future every superintendent brings something to the board to consider or not. For example, the calendar is not something that the board normally approves. It's this, the superintendent, according to bylaws and board policy, seeks consultation from the union partners. And then, but at the end of the day, the superintendent then says, this is the calendar and that's how it's being done. I took it an extra step to include Alliance because we're about to add something very instrumental and transformative in the calendar. I just needed to make sure that our partners are also in agreement with it. So that one certainly we can every meeting we can share that. But that calendar wasn't something that was ever going to come to a board for an approval because it is not an action item of the board to take. Now, the process we used for reorganization, we discussed that also. I knew that had to do with board policy and everything that was going to take place to make sure that the policies are in alignment with the reorganization process. I knew that was going to come to the board for an approval. But the good thing is, if I have 2 board members in that meeting can serve as a support or endorse the information to the rest of the board, it just makes the conversation much smoother. Just as we did with our law firm selections, a subcommittee of board members came, so it wasn't just on the superintendent only to communicate to the rest of the board why the decision was made. It just makes life easier if one or two other board members are part of the process. So that's the idea behind it. We need these things in order to solve a lot of problems, and most districts, otherwise, every item I would have to bring to the entire board for conversation to problem solve. And just think about that. What kind of conversation would that be if we haven't hashed anything out yet and we're trying to solve it here on the dais? It would be real tough.
I do want to.
Sorry, if I could mention, there's an example that is used in some cities. For example, during board communication, one of the board members that sits on that committee can report out as to what was discussed. So it's not only shared among the board, but the community as well. For example, in La Mirada, we have a council member that sits on the chamber, attends those meetings, and then reports out based on what was discussed at those meetings to the rest of council and the public at large. So that's one method of reporting out. The Friday memo is certainly another. And you could even do individual reports that go to the entire board as to the conversations that took place at that meeting. So there's a lot of different ways to do it. I don't think that necessarily deals specifically with the appointments of the members to those specific committees, which is what I'd like to focus on if we could for this
Right.
portion of it. The reporting out is a board decision as to how that's done, but in terms of the policy that's currently in place, any amendments or changes to that, basically that direction would be needed from the board.
Great. So I want to give everyone the opportunity to speak. Does anybody else have a question or comment? No. Okay, Dr. Sue.
So I think it should be an equitable process. Even though the president is doing the assignment of the subcommittees, it should be done equitably, and it should be inclusive. So it shouldn't just be between 3 board members. So currently we have 4 subcommittees. That's only with 3 board members constantly going. I think it's important that we have a balance, and that's just my perspective. I believe in inclusion and equity, but I can't speak for the rest of the board on that.
So just to clarify, would that include a rotational system, or basically if a board member sits on a current committee, they're ineligible to sit on another until all the other board members have been assigned to that committee, and then you go back and you can start over? How would that look?
I would want to see an equitable process. So, for example, if 2 members are already serving on a committee, allow another member to join another committee.
Okay.
So when you have 4 subcommittees and it's the same 3 board members rotating through those 4 subcommittees. So why not have it balanced? Have Renita on one, or even our student representative. It would be great if they served on the subcommittee to gain knowledge about how subcommittees work within the board. I just think it's not equitable. That's all.
I do have one clarifying. I'm sorry. Clarifying. You're saying we have 4 committees that only 3 can you Which ones are they?
Yeah, it was in our board memo.
No, which ones are, you're saying that there's 4 committees and only 3 of
Currently
us?
4 subcommittees that are rotating between Myra, between Ms. Garza, you, our board president, and Amy.
Could you name those?
One of them is the foundation. The other one is you did for the board for the policies. That's 2. The other one is,
We're not
I'm
doing
sorry?
that one.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to stop the conversation, but I would want to interject that I am right now at this moment not part of any committee. Okay, I just want to go on record for saying that. I was part of Alliance because it's only what we had, I believe that group had decided was going to be the executive board members of those entities. And I can attest to the fact that President Critchfield and I were just sitting there listening like flies on the wall. If we were needed to kind of chime in, we would chime in. But it really, our general counsel has said, they did everything. They curated it, they talked it out. We were just there listening and providing support if needed. As far as I'm sorry, what other committee was it that you said I was on?
the board policies?
No. So on board policy, I can, as far as I remember, because I know that this is what I was talking about myself, it was supposed to be the president. It didn't say current or last, or it's president. So I'm assuming it's the current president who will be sitting on that committee along with, I believe,
Okay,
someone
So I
else.
think that's something, and I'm
need to
gonna
clarify because
reel it
our-
in a little bit. I did interrupt Dr. Alhassan, so you can continue, but I do want to say that I think that the general issue of what the policy should look like going forward is very important, and we should get that settled. And I do agree with you on some of the things. I do want more engagement, and I do want you to collaborate, but there's a conversation there. Please continue.
So to answer your question, I think it should be equitable, so how it's rotated among board members. So if currently we had 4 subcommittees, so if those are abolished now, I don't know. This is what I'm hearing, so I don't know. I think the most important thing is board members rotate and have knowledge, and that would include also our student board member, and also that it's an equitable process of assignment. I'm not saying you have to be on one committee and then you can't be on another committee later on, but I'm saying if you're on 3 subcommittees, allow another process or another board member to serve on the different subcommittee. That's all.
So in that process, as I heard it currently, it would be more of someone kind of acquiescing to allow someone else to serve. In order to make it truly equitable in the sense that I'm hearing, it would almost have to be a kind of rotational system. So it would basically be if board president and vice president serve on subcommittee 1, then 2 other board members would serve on subcommittee 2, and then as there are 6 members up there, 2 other ones on subcommittee 3. And if there's a 4th, then it opens it back up to everybody.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I do want to make sure
Go ahead, but I do want to move it along.
Before you answer that question, or that you just got to remember when we talk about subcommittees, right? Let me give you an example. Now, I don't have a person's. We put it out for somebody to participate as a part of a subcommittee. I need 2 members to sit down with me for 3 days with CSBA, for example, in April, to do the universal adoption process for all board policies, right? So if we were to do that means somebody's going to have to be forced to sit in those 2 there because we need a subcommittee. That's only it's going to be a one-time thing, but there will be subcommittees popping out to solve problems around, and sometimes it's about people not having availability or interest or anything like that. So we just have to always remember that there are subcommittees that some people we need, but we may not want to be a part of.
Okay, moving down, student board member, you have a comment?
Thank you, President Crutchfield. Going back to what Dr. Alhassan mentioned, Mr. Andrew, is that fine?
Sarega, yeah.
Would students be allowed to be part of committees? Just out of general curiosity for future student board members or students in general, I'm just curious.
So student board members have all the rights of a sitting board member, an elected board member, other than the right to sit in closed session on employee matters. And votes are basically ceremonial because they don't actually count toward the total tally. But a student board member could, in theory, sit on LAFCA or any other board should the board decide to do that.
Thank you so much.
Board Member Stewart?
I would just like to say that I'm really disappointed with the misinformation that's being given up here because last year was my first year. I was on one subcommittee with Board Member Armstrong. So she was on one, I was on one, we were on student board members, and you were on the lawyers. How is that not equitable when we were all on one committee? Please explain that to me.
New committees were formed recently. 4 new subcommittees were formed. Does that mean you couldn't be on one again? You can. Does that mean I can't be on one again? I can. Why can't it rotate? Why can't we be equitable about it?
Okay, that we can have a discussion, but you started by saying that it hasn't been equitable and that it has though, because I just got on my next one, which was the foundation. So last year it was equitable. We were all on one committee. How is that not equitable?
I'd like to chime in if I can. So committees are a great way to get more done and have better conversations. And sometimes you're going to have certain board members that are passionate about something. Like I would love to talk to you about a committee for a special, our students with disabilities. I would love for that to happen. And then, there was things where it took so much time to do, like the lawyers thing. We all are busy, and maybe not everybody would want to do that committee, or the 3-day workshop where we're gonna, ask for people who want to do that for 3 days. I think it's very important when those opportunities come up. If somebody really wants to be on the committee, you can call me, and we can talk about who should be on those committees. I mean, I know firsthand that people on this board have refused to be on a committee because they didn't want to sit on the committee with somebody else. So, and it's not that person's fault that you were being recommended for that committee. It's something that we can do better as a board if we honestly work together, and we can do it. And I'm glad we're talking about this now, because we have a year where I think we should have other committees and look at standing committees to really address some of these issues. So, Andrew, I know we went all over the place with this, and you want answers on the policy. I don't know. Help us out. How do we further this conversation now?
So again, options are to make specific changes as requested, or to keep the current policy as it is. I've laid out how those appointments kind of work. Any changes you would like to make to that process, it needs to be specific to that type of committee and what process would replace it, or at least an idea of what process would replace it. Then I can go back and amend the policy. So it's just a matter of, is the policy in place currently something that the board is okay with, or are there specific changes that the board would like to request?
So we have a board member Garza.
I just want to thank you for outlining those choices. I just want to give you my choice. I think it's good the way it is. Thank you.
Board Member Stewart.
I agree. I would agree to keep it the way it is. It's really defined in here, so I'm fine with it.
Board Member Armstrong.
I'm just throwing this out here. I think, I'm not sure, but would it be possible that Dr. Hesson and President Critchfield could spend some time talking about this outside? I mean, like as a committee, but sit outside and talk about this, and that way, and whatever results you guys come back to, then bring it back to us. You may keep it the same, or you guys may be able to figure something out. but to have a deeper conversation between the two like you might do with the committee. I'm just saying.
I'm definitely not opposed to having that conversation, and we probably should have had it before this board meeting, to be honest, because I do want to give direction on this policy, so we're not tabling something. But this is going to be an ongoing conversation when it comes to different committees.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying, that instead of this being an ongoing conversation like where we are now, because it's like we're just going in circles, if you guys could really sit down and talk, and she could really air out what she's really talking about, and you can understand it, and maybe you guys can come to something, some type of something to bring to us that maybe we could add, or maybe we can add something. I'm just saying it's an opportunity for you guys to get together as president and board member to talk about this policy on your own time.
Cool.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I agree with what council recommended. And I think it's important that we include our student board member as part of the assignment process.
So is that
it
the
should
only
be
change you want to
inclusive.
do?
Yeah, that's it.
So I want to be clear. I don't think council recommended that. You're saying he recommended
you
that?
gave two. Yes, he did.
So I offered the opinion that a student board member can serve on any committee
As
or
it is right
commission,
now.
even as it is currently, yes.
Right.
It's just a matter of whether it's a standing, the board would nominate and vote to appoint. Whether it's a subcommittee, the president currently would appoint the board member, but they are eligible to serve on any of these committees, other than holding office for
Right.
clerk, vice president, or president.
So the current board policy would only need to add the student board member. That's a
The
positive.
rotation process that you mentioned earlier.
Yes, the rotation
what I'm
process
saying,
is
that
an
you
option
recommended.
for the board to consider. If that's what the board wants, is basically a rotational based system, that can be drafted into the policy as well. I would just need direction from the board to include that in the current policy.
So I do have a comment, but I do want to try to stick with this little box system here. So, Ms. Armstrong?
No. I cleared
Oh,
myself.
I cleared it. Ms. Stewart?
I just want to say that it's strange that we're talking about this in such depth right now. I guess I get it, it's on the agenda, but I remember about 9 months ago when I brought up the fact of these committees with our president at the time, President Garza, and the lawyers. And I said, so we're at will for the president and who they choose. And everyone was for it. And I was sitting here saying, well, it would depend on who's president. That doesn't seem right. And everyone was for it, but now we're not for it. I'm not understanding what has changed everyone's mind so much.
It's got to be me. It's got to be. I do want to, in all seriousness, I think it's important that the conversations that you mentioned, Ms. Armstrong, those are important conversations, and we need to be able to have them. And what you're saying about being able to be on those committees and communicate with the president, as the policy stands right now, it's worked for a long time, but if we're working together and like sitting down and talking about those things, we can get those things done. I mean, honestly, the effort of doing this, just because there's a new president, I don't think it's helpful. I don't think the rotation system works. There's a lot of nuances in it. As of right now, if we work together and we do it just how you have been, I mean, this has been the policy for a long time, and you're the most experienced board member here, so it's been the policy. It's a matter of trusting your board members, and every decision comes to the board. No committee is going to make a decision anyway. It's about the board, and even in the other committees, I might appoint, but the board still votes on that person. It's really the board making every decision. So we just have to start working together.
Okay, I don't remember voting on the last appointments.
So ad hoc committees and subcommittees, you appoint, but any issue that would come before, I mean, you'd assume they're working on things that would come before the board. Every decision comes through the board. And then for standing committees, it's voted on by the board. And there are some standing committees that we can work on.
I think for future boards as they come on, it's good to have clarification on the process.
The policy, I believe the policy is very clear, and I don't mean to cut you off. I think the policy as it is right now, there's nothing wrong with it. It's very clear. And if you were to interpret it in a way that isn't right, it just seems a little disingenuous because it does offer the opportunity to work together, collaborate, and it works. I don't see the issue. So my input would be the policy is fine the way it is. There's no changes on my end.
So given the fact that there was discussion about two board members engaging in dialogue over, whatever resolution or conversation related to this policy, is this something that the board would like to table for a later date, or is this something that you would like to keep as is and then engage in those policies and bring back later if you so choose?
I would. What do you mean?
So tabling it keeps it on basically the radar for staff. Keeping it as it is would remove this item, which would have to be brought back at a later time, depending on those conversations that take place.
I would resolve. I don't want to table it.
Okay.
I would resolve it. I would keep it. My direction would be to just keep it as is. Still have those conversations and work towards the future rather than looking back. Board Member Armstrong.
Would we agree to add the student board member as one of the members?
I believe in.
I'm just saying that could be something that we can agree on, like right now.
Well, I think that it's in there.
For him to do that. It's in there already?
It's already available to
okay,
appoint,
okay.
Yeah. Are there any more questions, discussion at all? I want to make sure if we need to spend more time, we can. Any more discussion from the board? All right, hearing none, the board will now take a 10-minute wellness recess.
Are we going to finish up the other item under this area?
We had two, right? That was it.
It was the bylaw 9100.
I saw
The
two
organization.
two discussion items.
That was part of it.
The 9100 deals with the reorganization and appointment to external committees.
Is that under discussion item?
It's under the same discussion item.
Under the same one?
I believe a conversation was wanted to be continued regarding the reorganization process.
Okay, it's not on the script. Okay. All right. We are now back from that very short 10-minute recess. False alarm. Okay. Let me. So continuing with the same discussion then.
I believe there was a concern raised about the election of officers. The language in the policy currently states, the board shall each year elect its entire slate of officers. No board member shall serve more than 1 year in the same office. My office's interpretation of this has been to mean that, for example, a board member cannot serve as president for a term longer than 1 year, because that's the issue at the end of the policy is same office. The way we interpreted that is the office of the president is one office, office of the vice president is another, office of the clerk another. So it cannot be that one person serves in office of the president for a period longer than 1 year. Again, there's yearly elections that take place during the reorganization. This policy, from what I understood from SBA who drafted it, is basically so that no board member is given a term in that office that exceeds 1 year, because it would violate the provision that yearly elections take place. So that was the interpretation from them when they drafted it. Should the board decide to amend this policy to include a rotational system, that is certainly up to the board's prerogative to do so. There are cities that require mandatory rotations. For example, in some cities you have the mayor, mayor pro tem. Those positions are required to be rotated among the board based on seniority, longest serving council member that hasn't been in either one of those positions. Most cities basically do as the board currently does. It nominates individuals, and they serve in that position for the year in which they are appointed. So the direction there is any changes or recommendations to amend.
Okay. Board members? Dr. Sue?
So I was looking at the fact that it's important to rotate among all board members. Board Member Garza served as board clerk already in this past, during her term. This is her second term serving as board clerk, not allowing opportunity for Renita or myself to serve in that position. I wanted to see that in the past, we've never had a problem of rotation of officers. It's not a big deal. But all of a sudden, with this board, it seems to be such a big deal that they're not allowing equal opportunity among all board members.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hassan. Ms. Garza?
Clear. Thank you, President Critchfield. I do want to remind everyone that as we have elections, yearly elections, people are nominated, and that is part of the process. If you are nominated but you're not elected by your board members, then it goes to maybe like the second nomination, which is what happened this year. So according to our board, that was an option, and we did, as a board, exercise that option. Now, I also want to remind everyone that elections are really a kind of like a reflection of whether or not you collaborate. So if we're not collaborating and or assuming positive intentions, then perhaps that result that one of our board members would like to have is not necessarily going to happen. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, it should stay as it is.
Thank you, Board Member Garza. Board Member Stewart?
Yeah, I agree also that I think it should stay as is. Board Bylaw 9000 states that we should establish high standards of ethical conduct for school board members. We should be supportive rather than judgmental. We should communicate openly with trust and integrity. For me personally, leadership is not interrupting all the time or getting the last word. It's being present, and it's not holding grudges from the past. It's having tough conversations with your colleagues, asking questions, not creating hidden agendas or spreading lies. Leadership is keeping your integrity and respecting your colleagues, not saying one thing and doing the opposite. So for me, leadership is earned, not given. I was elected by my constituents to listen to the community and make decisions based on what I believe would be the best interest of the district and our community. And that's how I vote, and that's how I choose and elect officers. I don't discriminate. As has been said, I evaluate, and there's a difference, and I vote for who I believe is best for our students and our district. And I think that should stay the same. I think that we should have that capability of doing that.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Anybody else? Board Member Armstrong?
I just want to chime in to say that I understand where all of my colleagues are coming from. I understand you, Dr. Sue, with the rotation. It's just a succession. I understand that, and it has been established in certain, I should say, organizations. However, it is true. We can nominate, we can second, and we can vote. We can renege on our vote. We can go backwards, but the only way this would change is if this board would agree to just say, hey, if you're the president, then you go to a member, and if you're vice president, you automatically go to the president, secretary or clerk automatically go to vice president. That's the only way it could change. But at this time, the board is, the majority of the board, I hate to use the word majority, they're exercising their right to vote for who they want to vote for. So the natural rotation that we're used to seeing, it's just, you know, it's not for this board. They're exercising their right to vote. So that's just something that's just a fact.
Also, if I can add, automatic appointments are not allowed because that would constitute a violation of the Brown Act, because it would be a predetermined outcome prior to an open meeting, which would run afoul of the Brown Act. So it could trigger an automatic nomination, but the vote would still have to take place.
Right. Board Member Stewart.
And I just would like to point out again, in my very first meeting here as a board member, I saw a vice president not get elected, and I saw our clerk, who ended up being our president, not be the only nomination. So again, we're changing our views drastically from year to year, because there were other people that were not even an officer nominated for president. So again, it just seems to me like it's just we're going around in circles. It depends on the situation, but at the end of the day, we should be able to vote for who we want to vote for. And that's what people have done. And again, that's what happened the first time Ms. Garza was elected. There were other nominations, so you weren't following your own theories a year ago, but now we want to bring that up. I have a problem with that.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. I will say that the way the policy is right now, I think works fine. I mean, I'm flattered we want to bring up all these policies while I'm president, but I will say that, you know, when you try to engage with board members, it can be disheartening when it's not received or it's not returned. And when you see the types of things online that I've seen in the interactions that have been less than pleasant, it makes you really question how much somebody's willing to collaborate with you. And if you think that is deserving of an office, then that it's just not the way that works. I think I think you said it to me the best. You said you sent me a meme recently that says, "Disrespect invites disrespect when I asked you to meet." So it's like, that's the meme you're going to send me when I ask you to meet and collaborate.
And your meme was also abusive and very bullying.
I don't even know.
Yeah, you want me to read you what you sent me?
Sure. No, I would definitely say that is okay.
Because that's crossing the line too of what you sent me.
Yeah, I know. And again, I think it speaks.
And I didn't respond to anything that you sent because of your response.
And I think it speaks to the bigger issue. And I know we're getting off.
But when you're
topic.
talking about bullying, you need to look first at yourself.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you're liking his post, and he's the one commenting on my daughter's online, but you're the only one liking it. So I know we're getting off topic, and I don't want to go there too much, but if I don't appreciate what you put out there on the dais when off the dais you're not even trying to meet the majority and have collaboration and talk, but you want to frame it that way, like you're not being included. You are being included. You are being included, and going forward we can do that more, but we have to meet in the middle, and that's all I have to say about that. It can happen, but you got to do it too, and not just pretend to on the dais. Any other discussion?
Direction I heard was to keep the policy as is.
That would be my recommendation. Board?
I agree. Agreed.
I'm good with it.
Cool.
What?
All right, so okay. All right, we will now do a 10-minute wellness recess. Thank you. All right, the board is now re-adjourned at 9:36. Moving on to new business. Do any members of the board wish to add a new business item on a future agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to major action. Our first major action item is the second reading of superintendent expenditure limit and contract review board policies. Dr. Drotti, do we have information on this item?
Yeah, this is I'll pass this on to Mrs. Serga, but this is a second reading of a policy we brought forth last time around. So normally, customarily, we do the first reading, and you guys make suggestions. We make some suggestions, we bring it back for second reading. So this is the second iteration. So if you're good with your recommendation, the adjustment we made, you just vote on it.
Ms. Garza?
I'm sorry, I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in your dialogue.
You're fine.
I do have a question with number 1, Board of Education roles. I believe, if I remember correctly, that I said if we can please add some different verbiage on this, some wording, because we don't just approve and adopt the annual budget. The budget is a guiding document, and as such, it falls under policy. So the board creates policy and staff implements it. So if we could please, my request is that we add review, consider, potentially amend, approves and adopts the annual budget.
So the language of review, consider, amend, approves, adopts.
Yes.
And sorry, can you just
Yes,
go
yes,
through
yes,
that
yes.
one more time?
Review, consider, potentially amend, approves and adopts the annual budget. That would be my only recommendation at this point. Everything else I think we've captured.
Thank you, Mrs. Garza. Board Member Armstrong?
I'm kind of piggybacking off of Board Member Garza. So if we want to, I think we can also add, because we can either approve it, disapprove it, ask for change, or abstain from voting from it. I mean, for it all together. Would you consider putting those options in there if we're going to be specific? Because we don't always have to approve. We can always ask for changes.
I'm going to defer to our general counsel to see if maybe those words are already, would be included in what I have given, but if they're not, I don't have any.
So statutorily, the board has the authority to review, amend, make any changes. What's written here is more of a guideline, if you will, but the board already has the authority to basically do whatever it wants with the budget. If you wanted to stick it all in football at one school and build Mecca to football, you would be able to do that. That's within the board's authority. The added language doesn't add or increase that authority. It basically can clarify for future boards if needed, but anything in this document is subservient to what the board can do statutorily, and adopting budgets or developing budgets, that is certainly within the board's power and can be exercised in any manner that the board so chooses. Obviously, there's certain processes in place in order to kind of develop an appropriate budget. That does include input from the board through setting policy and basically goals and objectives, which the staff then comes back and brings, hey, this is the budget we've created based on what you've told us are your objectives for this current year. At that point, the board can decide whether they choose to approve it, amend it, do anything they want with it. So that's already in there. In terms of codifying it within the policy, that's within the board's purview as well, but it doesn't change any authority that the board has, because that authority comes from higher than any board policy that's set. So with that being said, the review, consider, amend, approve, and adopt the annual budget. We can add that in there. You can still approve it this evening through second reading with the requested amendment. That amendment will be reflected in the policy that is then published. But ultimately, you can still decide on it tonight through the second reading, even though an amendment has been requested. It's just, I want to be very specific on the verbiage so that it doesn't deviate from the actual recommendation of the board this evening. So just to go over it one more time, review, consider, amend, approve, and adopt the annual budget. I will keep it in the present tense, not the future tense, just so that it flows better, but that is what I'm hearing.
Great. I will be in support of that. I appreciate the fact that it's within the board's rights, but I think the policy does seem very passive. So I'm fine with adding that line in there. So do I have a motion? Would it be a motion to approve this item with the amendment to part 1 to read review, consider, approves, and adopts the annual budget?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Did I thought I said amend. Did I say amend? I didn't? All right, let me try it again. Do I have a motion to approve this item with the change of part 1, review, consider, amend, approve, and adopt the annual budget? I get it? Yep. Awesome.
Perfect.
Motion by Stewart.
Do I have a second? Wait. Yeah, do I have a second?
So, board president made the motion, just need a second.
Oh, I made the motion. Oh, I said, do I have a motion? Okay. I made the motion. Second. All right, roll call.
So, you made the motion, we need a second.
Second.
Okay.
Now we're good.
Roll call.
Student member Dizan,
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong,
Aye.
Mrs. Garza,
Aye.
Ms. Stewart,
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield.
Aye. That was rough. All right, where are we at next? Our last major action item is the review and acceptance of audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. Dr. Drotti, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, I'll go ahead and pass it on to Mrs. Holguin to present the information.
Thank you, Dr. Drotti. The district is required to have an annual audit prepared by an approved, verified public accounting firm, and that the audit be presented to the Board of Education for review and acceptance. So tonight, we have the partner and CPA, Mr. Jeff Nigro from Nigro to present the audit, and I will turn it over to Mr. Nigro to present the audit report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
Thank you. Well,
you'll have to turn it on, I think.
This isn't, sounds on.
Is that on? Or? It's on. Never mind.
Okay.
My ear, so.
All right.
Sorry, you good.
Well, good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. Just briefly, I just want to talk about the timeline of the audit because, you know, this is 7 months ago now, the end of last fiscal year, but the audit really starts in the spring when we come out to some of the school sites and we look at attendance accounting, we look at ASB accounting. We come back in to the district office before the books are closed and we start looking at internal controls, processes, we start looking at a lot of compliance. And then you adopt unaudited actuals in September, and then we come back after that to do the final audit of the numbers. All that so we can have the audit completed and filed with the state controller by December 15th, which is the statutory deadline. And then we come to you in January to present it. So this is our firm's second year doing the audit for Bellflower. And I'm just going to go through some of the highlights. I'm not going to take too long, but I want to talk about there's different sections in the audit report. You see all the different tabs in here. But the financial section is really where the meat of the report is, and that's also where you'll find our opinion letter. And our opinion is really what the audit is about. It's our opinion on whether the financial statements are prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And we're giving an unmodified opinion, which is what you want to have. I'm not going to go into the numbers themselves too much. There's a couple schedules that I want to go through in a little more detail afterwards. But just to talk about some of these other areas, the supplementary information, required supplementary information, those are some schedules that are required by GASB and by the State Controller's Office. And then the other independent auditors' reports is just us talking about all the professional standards that we have to follow in doing the audit. Because, yes, we look at your financial statements, but we also have to look at a lot of compliance areas, particularly at the state level. There's a number of different areas of compliance that we have to audit. And then finally, the last section of the report is your findings and question costs. So I'm going to look at some of those in a little more detail. This is an excerpt from our opinion letter. I'm not going to go through each one, but you basically see this is really the objective of the audit. And you see the third bullet point there, obtaining an understanding of internal control. We're not auditing and we're not giving an opinion on internal control, but we're looking at those controls. And basically, if we find any areas of weakness, we're going to report them in the audit as findings. We look at the last bullet point there. We have to look at events that might cause substantial doubt about the district's financial condition. Okay. So those are some of the more important ones on there. I'm happy to report the schedule of findings and question costs. We have no financial statement related findings, so that's the result of looking at internal controls and processes at the district office. And no findings in the federal awards or state awards section. So that's pretty good, I think. We didn't have too many reports issued this year with no findings, so you were one of the few. I'll just say with the state, there are so many areas in the state audit guide, and they keep adding more every year. It's pretty hard to not have a single finding in that area. So there's some other schedules based on the state auditor's recommendation that I want to talk about. So this is one of the pages in the report. It's an excerpt. I don't know how well you can see the numbers, but you have the report in front of you. But I really just want to talk about what the purpose of the schedule is. So essentially, this is for your general fund, and we have the original adopted budget in the first column, and that's the budget that you adopted back in June of 2022. So at that time, you're basing it on the information you have available at that time. And then the final budget is the budget that you closed the fiscal year with. And so obviously there's some differences. And then we show the actual financial numbers in the third column there, and we show the variances in there. This is a schedule that's required for any government entity to present. Because we want to show the readers of the financial statements how the budget changes throughout the year. And I will actually turn it over to Mrs. Holguin to talk about what specifically the changes were for Bellflower.
Yes, and as you saw in the previous slide there, this was actually one of the recommendations that the state auditor made to the district in regards to ensuring that the auditor presented this information to the board to ensure that there was information provided regarding the variance. For us in here, when you're looking at the numbers there, and I know that they are very small because these are the direct pages from the audit that you have in front of you, but in the area of variance for our revenue, That was due to additional funding that, as Mr. Nigro said, the budget is adopted in June, and the budget was approved in June of 23. We received these funds after the state revenue funds. You can see they're increased by over 18 million, and that was due to specific programs for our early intervention preschool grant, our arts, music, and block grant, and our learning recovery grant. So again, that variance comes from additional funding that was provided from the state after the proposed budget was adopted. And then for our expenditures, the variance is based on our carryover being released after the proposed budget was adopted. So when we present a budget to the board, it never has any carryover funds because the books have not been closed yet. And so once the carryover is released, then the sites and the department's budget for those new expenditures, and it is then that the new proposed expenditure budget increases. But if you look at the comparison there at the proposed original budget, the 195 million, while the actual expenditures were less by 40 million, you can see that if we would have went with the proposed budget of 190 million, a little over 190 million, we actually ended up spending 195. So if it wasn't for that carryover money, we would have deficit spent close to 5 million. So again, those increases of expenditures were due to those additional carryover expenditures that were now budgeted.
Thank you. There's a footnote in the audit report here that talks about fund balances. This is something else we were asked to talk about. There's a GASB. GASB is the Governmental Accounting Standards Boards, by the way. I tend to throw acronyms out there sometimes and forget not everybody knows what they mean. But GASB 54 describes fund balances for government entities and requires that fund balances be placed into, reported in 5 different categories. Now, there's only 4 in Bellflower, and I'll explain that. The top category being non-spendable. So in other words, those are a component of your fund balance that you can't spend because they're related to things like inventory and prepaid expenditures. Then you've got the restricted portion of the fund balance next. And those are monies that are legally obligated to be used for a specific purpose. And that $40 million, I think that number is mostly your categorical programs, your, a lot of that money that came in late in the year. So that'll be spent probably in the coming years. The next category is called committed, and the category that's not included for Bellflower is assigned. So I want to just talk briefly about committed and assigned fund balances. And essentially, that's money that's not legally obligated by an outside entity, but that's money that the district has decided to use for a specific purpose. So a commitment of funds is basically done through formal action of the board, through resolution or through adoption of the unaudited actuals. But those funds are committed for a particular purpose. And there's also the issue of the 10% reserve cap, which by committing those funds keeps the money out of that cap so the district doesn't get penalized for that. So you see the different commitments. And then the unassigned portion is basically everything that's left over, and that is your, basically your reserve. And that's the 3% reserve that the district's required to maintain. And then finally, this is a schedule, one of the schedules of supplementary information in the audit. And what this shows is for the past 3 fiscal years and the current budget year for the general fund, a very summarized schedule of basically financial trends. So the state controller requires this schedule in the audit. What they're looking at is deficit spending patterns or district not meeting their reserves. And you can see that for the 23 fiscal year, the district closed with a 3% reserve. And that was by virtue of having other funds being committed, so they didn't count towards that reserve, but those funds are committed for other purposes. So this is a schedule that shows the district not having deficit spent in each of the last 3 years, but it was projecting to for 2024, and I think that's mostly because of spending down a lot of those restricted dollars, and I think that's pretty much the trend of what we've seen in school districts with all of our clients too, is that they got a lot of restricted money in the 22-23 fiscal year that's going to start being spent down in 23-24 and later. So, and then you can also see the ADA trend at the bottom as well, that the ADA is declining, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody here. It's a statewide trend, particularly in Los Angeles County. And that's it for my presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board members? Really? Ms. Stewart.
I'm going to preface this with, this is not my strong point reading these budgets, so I'm going to ask my questions anyways. One, I noticed that in books and supplies, we spent $28 million. It says like final and then the original. So I know the original was $15 million and the final was $28 million. I don't even know how to ask this with. I don't want obviously an itemized list, but I'm just wondering if we can find out kind of where we spend that money, because we spent more on books and supplies than our whole entire classified salaries. So I'm just wondering, is there like, I don't know, can we kind of get like a general idea of where we spent that money? Did we have any adoptions? Did we spend them on workbooks? Did we spend them on, how much were supplies? I don't know if I can ask that of our staff.
Yeah, actually, Ms. Stewart, it's actually 10 million that was spent, the actual spending. You're looking at the variance. When you point out the 18 million, that's the variance. So it's actually the other way around, where originally in books and supplies, the original budget proposed the 15 million, then the final proposed the 28. So that's when carryover was released. So additional expenditures were proposed, but they didn't come to fruition. And what finally came to fruition was a little over 10 million in that. So what it's saying is that 18 million, a little over 18 million, was not spent and what was actually finally budgeted.
I guess, again, I'm not really great with budgets, but how do we over budget by $18 million for our books and supplies?
So it's a combination of the sites and departments, where and books and supplies encompasses many different objects and resources that can be bought under that category. It's how the state allocates what object codes are to be used for expenditures. So with the title of books and supplies, exactly what you said, that you think of an adoption, right? That's what's going to happen with that. But it may involve other things. And so the schools and or departments may have proposed that maybe they were going to buy new library books or different things that are happening that they were needing there at the site. And then when it comes to the end, they haven't. We are working much more closely with the support of Ms. Carter's office, because they oversee the LCAP and oversee our supplement and concentration fund, to sit down with the sites and ask those questions and make those transfers if needed to other areas.
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea, because if our sites, we don't have that many sites. If they're all over budgeting by millions of dollars, we might want to sit down with them and talk with them about this. I know we only had, I think, the one adoption last year, correct?
And as Mr. Nigro was saying, the other part of that is that a lot of this is one-time money, so carryover money. So some of this doesn't need to be expended this year, this fiscal year. It has a deadline of 2025 or even 2026. So while their carryover is released, they don't use all of it. And going back to the previous comment that I said, if we would have just expended based on the original budget and not had any carryover, we would have deficit spent. So as that one-time money goes away, you won't see these high proposed expenditure budgets, because they won't have that money to be able to budget for. And they're actually strategically planning to be able to use that carryover money to carry them over for a couple of more years based on their needs.
Okay, because for just me being a realistic person, it's hard for me to understand that teachers and administrators and people wouldn't spend money that they're given, that they would literally not spend $1 million. I know if my principal got $1 million, she'd spend it on our kids. So to keep saying that it's coming back and it's coming back, it's just a little ambiguous for me. I just had one more question. So I know on the next page, it says that we went, and I might not be reading these correctly, so please correct me again, but we went from 58.6% reserve to 3% in 2 years, and we're still deficit spending?
So on here, part of it is in 2021, some of those funds, as Mr. Nigro was saying, were not yet committed to certain areas. Once you commit those funds, it brings that reserve level down. And so that is what has happened, and part of that is because the requirements have changed. Additionally, a lot of that one-time money is under the restricted area that we have received. So, and we have not been deficit spending. It's proposed that we will be deficit spending on 2024 because you look at the revenue trend. If you look at 2021, going backwards, you see there that revenue was 165. 2023, your revenue was at 215. Again, that is a lot due to our one-time money that we have been receiving. We're getting more to that realistic, which was something that was presented in December during our first interim, where we're seeing that the revenue is now getting back to normal times in comparison, and your expenditures are now starting to align there. However, with the declining enrollment, now with that revenue decreasing, but your costs have gone up, that's where that deficit spending is proposed to come.
So from this 58%, I see 2021, 2022. So basically, this money was spent before the new board came on last year. It was already allocated, correct?
So during that time in 2021, it was not committed as, if you go to the previous page, where you look at your ending fund balance and how your supplemental concentration, delayed facility repairs, and all of those are committed funds, that takes it away and brings down that percentage of that reserve. In 2021, it was not identified that way, which was another thing that was a recommendation of the state auditors, is that the funds in our ending fund balance be committed. So that's what we have now been following in committing our funds, and additionally, anything above 10% needs to be committed or allocated in a certain area.
Okay, sorry, this is so much to take. But again, so these funds were committed while we were on the board or prior to us being on the board?
Those funds are committed now while you're on the board.
Okay. I guess it's just weird because it says 2021. I'm not understand. Okay, go ahead.
Board Member Garza.
Thank you, President Critchfield. I agree with you. It is, at least on our end, it's a little bit confusing to have to juggle all these numbers because we don't live it like you do. So my question is, first of all, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Negro, for developing this, creating it, and presenting it to us. I love that you're here. I think it's the first time you come and present this yourself. Or
I
the
was
second
here a
time?
year ago.
A second time. Okay, so
Yes.
that's what it is. Thank you. So thank you for coming again. I think that's why we kind of need those deep dives, study sessions into the budget, because we still are a little confused on it. And the questions that my fellow board member poses are not wrong. I think that we are just needing a little bit more education. I can say that at least for myself. I want to talk for myself. I still need a little bit more insight into this. So, Dr. Dradi?
Yeah, we are preparing right now to, I think you guys gave us direction at the two board meeting, or maybe previous board meeting, that we wanted to do a deep dive.
It was in the
study
topic of the macro calendar and the study session. So
so there's a study session that we're going to have to go into a deep dive, and with the goal of looking at spending trends. I think if you approach it that way, you'll be able to see, okay, where's this money? How come this didn't happen? So you'll be able to see more clarity around those areas. So we're going to watch our expenditure. Sometimes if you look at the future, it gets confusing, but if you look at the past expenditures, then you can understand it better.
And I'll ask Mr. Nigro if you wanted to add anything in regards to that trending and help with some of the additional clarification on that with what has been happening with one-time funds and how that has changed in terms of some of those committed funds.
Yeah, it's been I mean, we work with school districts primarily, so that's what we do. And almost all of our districts had these huge reserves of funds this last year because of all this one-time money. And sometimes you get the one-time money and it's unclear on what you have to do to spend it properly. Or sometimes you get this big chunk of money, but you have 2 or 3 years to spend it. And so they come up with these spending plans. A lot of the federal dollars, for example, the ESSER money came in and with, 3 years to spend these programs. So a lot of districts ended up with really big reserves at the end of the year, but it was really money that was spoken for a particular, purpose. So, one-time money is something that you accept gratefully, but you can't commit that money to ongoing expenses, right? Because then when that funding stops and you still have that obligation, you're stuck. So it's something that we're seeing a lot this year with big, large fund balances, and we're expecting to see a lot of deficit spending in this current year as those monies get spent down.
Board Member Stewart?
Sorry, can you go back one slide for me? Okay, so this is the slide I'm not understanding, and I really want to understand. So talk to me like I'm very not understanding. I just look at it, 2021, available reserves as a percentage of total outgo, 58%. Then 2022, 12.8, 2023, and so on. Is that number accurate? Is it not? Is it still like, can you explain that to me,
Okay,
please?
so in 2021, if you look at the line right above that, you'll see the available reserves was 82.9 million. That was money that just didn't get assigned or committed anywhere. So it just sat there in the reserves, and because of the 10% reserve cap requirement, and I think the state auditor even pointed out, you can't have that much in a reserve, that you have to commit those funds. And so the next year, 22, you see the fund balance was 109 million, but the district was able to commit a lot more of that, getting the reserves down to 21.6. And that came out to a 12.8%. Because that you take that available reserve number and do it as a divide it into the total expenditures number to get that percentage.
So in 2022, that number was the 21,636
Yes.
was the.
That was
So
how
then
much-
how is it on us as a board that's, I'm not understanding, because I wasn't on the board until 2023, right? I don't,
Correct. So that's why I said that in 2021, it wasn't, you weren't on the board in 2023. That is the committed funds that you guys have now.
but my question was, were these funds allocated prior to last year? And they were then, right? Because they're at 21 in 2022, correct? Or am I not understanding? 'Cause
Maybe I didn't understand your question correctly.
Okay.
In sense of that. But so in 2021, let's take it back even one step further. If you just look at the ending fund balance, that's what you actually have in your ending fund balance, the grand amount. So in 2023, the ending fund balance was 129 million. However, out of that 129 million, only 5,883,351 was not assigned and or committed.
So we assigned these, but we assigned them for 2 years out?
No, you assigned them for that year. So it only left the 3%.
I'm wondering if maybe some of you guys can help me. No? Do you guys understand?
I think this would be a good. I think we need a deep dive in this study session, and we'll ask all those questions because it does get confusing. I mean, you like Ms. Garza said, you live it. Thank you for the presentation, the information. I will
And I just want to take this time too to thank our fiscal department and all of our sites and our various departments, because as Mr. Nigro said, there were a lot of requirements in order to ensure that there were no findings in the area of state and categorical programs. And our sites and our departments did an amazing job. And just, I know sometimes they may not understand why something's not allowable, and that's the reason why, because we want to ensure that there are no findings. So really want to thank our sites and departments and our fiscal for really ensuring that that didn't take place. So thank you.
Student board member.
Thank you, President Crutchfield. Just a few quick questions from me, either Mr. Nigro or from Ms. Holguin. Since ESSER 3 was mentioned and how different school districts receive different amounts of money, going back to it's been a while now, I think November board meeting that I was at, what ended up happening with the $3 million that was being requested from the state?
So the state did approve for the ESSER funding to be able to use. However, they want to ensure that everything, back to the allowable, and making sure that everything is going to be fully completed prior to 2025. That means that anything to do with the remodel would have to be fully. So right now, we're working with a timeline to ensure that, because if not, then we would have to pay that money back.
I see. Okay, thank you. And then I think in note 5 with the section for fund balances, for delayed facilities and repairs out of the general fund, the $23 million that was for Mayfair's football fields, the Thomas Jefferson parking lot, and is the expansion of the maintenance yard included in that?
You remember them accurately, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, for unassigned balances, so that $5.8 million is reserved in the general fund, but there isn't a specific purpose for them yet.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing none. I will. So I move to approve the review and acceptance of audit report for the fiscal year ending in June 30th, 2023. Do I have a second?
Well, and it's
Second.
actually a receive and review, because these numbers stand as it is, so you don't have to actually approve it. You're just receiving and reviewing it.
Okay, it says acceptance.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
So review and acceptance?
correct. That is correct.
So I move to approve the review and acceptance of audit report for the fiscal year.
A second.
All right, roll call.
Board Member Dizon,
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong,
Aye.
Mrs. Garza,
Aye.
Ms. Stewart,
I would really like more information, so I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Critchfield,
Aye. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda and withhold items 14.14 and 14.17?
So moved.
I second.
All right, roll call.
Board Member Dizon,
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong,
Aye.
Mrs. Garza,
Aye.
Ms. Stewart,
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield,
Aye. All right, withheld items. Now for the withheld items, the first will be the revised budget for 23-24 fiscal year. Do I have any questions or comments from the board? So 14.14. So that's the revised budget for 23-24 fiscal year. Right?
Point of order, do we?
Oh, sorry. Ms. Garza. Sorry.
Sorry, I think I have a different agenda because I don't see either of these on mine. I'm sorry.
It's under consent. Yeah. Oh, are you looking at the minutes maybe? Hold tight just a minute. Page 215. We can share. All right. Board Member Garza.
Thank you, President Critchfield. I do have a question with regards to page 216 under General Fund Unrestricted Resources. For dual immersion Spanish, it says that the current budget started at $3,731,631. The adjusted was 409 approximately, and the revised now is 3,291 approximately. And the reason is budget reduction due to reorganization and transfer of dual immersion program from Washington Elementary to Intensive Learning Center. So my question to staff is, how did you reach the decision that this amount had to be decreased by 409,280?
That was based on the teacher salaries for the teachers that were teaching at, the dual program at Washington. And since they were no longer going to be teaching the dual program at Washington, that was their amount, and it now needed to be charged to a different fund.
So what you're saying is that we will not in the future for the dual immersion program need that amount because, go ahead.
No, we're not saying that. We're saying that based on this fiscal year and what has happened this year, those teachers are not, because they are no longer teaching the dual program, they're not going to be charged to that account. However, if it increases next year, so for example, if next year we need, because this was, if I recall correctly, impacted 3 teachers, so if we need 3 additional teachers, then we would calculate their salaries and that would increase.
But in my opinion, if we were to leave it in there, it would keep that amount that you had originally allocated. I understand that the teachers aren't there any longer, but maybe that amount could go to that same program, maybe just in teacher training, perhaps in doing something else. I'm a little concerned that we're taking money out of a program and placing it somewhere else when we don't really know what the future needs would be, especially given that our dual immersion program, we're trying to, make it so that it will attract more students.
This is strictly due to the salaries. It's strictly connected with the salaries and ensuring that teachers who are teaching certain programs. So for example, you have your teachers that teach special ed. We charge that to our special ed budget. You have your teachers that teach CTE. We charge those expenditures to CTE. So this has nothing to do with resources for that program. And when I say that is, like you said, professional development or anything like that. This is strictly due to these teachers their salaries not being paid out of this budget.
So are we these amounts are just only for salaries?
Correct.
Okay. I see. Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification.
You're
because when it was stated here, it didn't see that it was only for salaries, to me, my interpretation was it can be for salaries, for programs, for, materials.
Yeah, this is strictly the position control and ensuring that we are paying our teachers' salaries from whatever program that they are teaching. And so that is why that change was made.
So then their salary, the dual immersion teacher salaries come from this one account.
Yes, they come out of that, the revised budget account, the $3,291,351. And we do that all for tracking purposes to ensure that we know how much is being spent in our different programs.
Okay. So where did that amount go to? The amount that we are no longer using for those teachers, where do we place it?
Back in our general fund.
Back in the general fund?
Correct.
Okay, which, and I'm kind of going to go out on a limb here saying that if it's in our general fund, then it can be allocated in any place, correct? That is needed? Not necessarily would it go back into paying for dual immersion teachers if we see that we need it in the future.
I think just to clarify, so if there's 10 teachers at dual immersion, it's going to cost X. If there's 8, it's going to cost X. We have to note that in our accounting system. So if we have 6 new teachers at ILC next year, that number is going to change to match that. So we just, otherwise we wouldn't know. If we don't have that strict accounting, it's called position control. We wouldn't know how much staffing we have at a certain site or how much cost and all that. So it's an accounting process we have to use. So if there's reduction in teachers, there's going to be a reduction in the amount of money in that the object code. If there's an increase, it's going to be an increase. It just so happens we're matching what is currently existing at ILC. I think let's just say we're taking resources, and if we don't have enough teachers, and yet we're taking money away, we don't have enough teachers, and that's when the problem comes, like where you're taking resources away from that program.
Board Member Armstrong?
Thank you. I just want to follow up with a question. So the money is back in the general fund. If we hire teachers, do we take the money out of the general fund to fund the salary for the teachers?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I do have one quick question. So that 3,291,000. So we break it down per program. So what's the total budget for our dual immersion?
That's the total.
So that's not just salaries.
No. But what I'm saying is that 409,280 that was reduced, that strictly is connected to salaries.
Got it. But it's the total. But got it.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions, comments from the board? Great. Where are we at? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.14?
You have that motion?
Second.
Roll call.
Student Member Dizon?
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye. Next withheld item is the amendment to annual contract listings and agreements for the 23-24 fiscal year. Does the board have any questions or comments? Mrs. Garza? You gotta clear it though. Well, actually, Mrs. Garza, go for it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be looking at the instructional programs under organization Hazel Health. Are these services we're needing currently right now? Because I recall that we have also a contract with family guidance counseling centers, right, for counseling services. So are we adding this on?
This is under Dr. Avila's division. However, this was an additional program, and since it has no cost to the district, it's just ensuring that it is under our contract matrix to know that we are working with this organization, but there is no cost to the district for this.
Well, I see that there is no cost, so thank you for pointing that out. But my question pertains to if we already have the Family Guidance Center counseling, why would we need more counseling services?
And I'll have to, because it is Dr. Avila's division, I will have to defer that.
I believe this may be about the counseling services we get from from the, what's the agency called? Yeah, so there are certain students they can't see and others ones they can't. So I'm wondering, I'm guessing this is one of those where this fits the hole where those, the other organization can't see certain students that are not, this might require insurance. Because we do.
Would it be better to put it in the Friday memo just so we
can do that.
get
And
that
I do
right at the
believe
bottom?
Dr. Avila mentioned that it had something to do with insurance. I believe Family Community Guidance only takes Medi-Cal, and this other organization might take some other insurances. So giving that option based on the needs.
I know it has to do with insurance. I'll have to put it in the Friday memo for you guys.
Great.
By the way, can you also add on the Friday memo when their contract is up, Family Community Guidance Counseling?
Yeah.
Because if their contract is coming due, then maybe we need to revisit and have a discussion about it, so that way we don't have a gap in services
Yes,
for our students.
we actually met with them today. We had a pretty good conversation. I did propose to them where the gaps are we see, and that we're going to take the rest of this, rest of January and middle of February to really dive deep into our social emotional wellness support. And we do have gaps. I expressed that to them. They agree. But I think we're working to try to make sure that we fix those gaps, and with those, we might have to shift funding, and they may have to morph into other support in other areas. So we are having conversations with them. I plan to meet with them again in middle of February to finalize, okay, this is what we can use you guys for, and this is what we can't, and all that.
So, thank you, Dr. Durrati. So 2 more questions, but these are directed at our General Counsel, Mr. Sorega. Seeing that there is no cost attached to this, would this contract still have to be looked at by you?
Yes, because at the end of the day, there's always liability with hiring any vendor. Any negligence on their part can reflect back on the school district. So there would have to be certain provisions that protect the school district in case anything like that would occur. So it would be reviewed.
And have we given you that contract yet?
So that contract will come to me when it's up, because every new contract that's up that deviates from the template contract will come to me for review prior.
Perfect. Thank you so much. No more questions. Actually, yes, I do have some. So
Let me get to.
but yes,
board
let's go
member-
somewhere.
All right. Good. Let's see if you get it right.
So hopefully this is yours too. But if not, I will cede to you after it. Under special education, Patrina Miller, DBA. I know that we had an attachment explaining what she would be doing, but it says 600 per day. It says day to day. How many days are we looking at? Just, because that's very ambiguous, and I'm a little scared as what day to day looks like.
We would have to ask Ed Services how many. I think it's about there's a specific amount of work he has to do that we have to complete, and I think you guys got the information on the Friday memo. But in terms of how many days that's going to take, I don't have that information right now. That's something we can include in the Friday memo if you want. But in terms of her service, we do need it.
I don't feel comfortable, I don't know, board members, voting on something that we don't know. I would be okay voting and ratifying I think everything else. Oh, I do have one more question, but it might not be yours. For now, but yes.
No, but I did want to point out, since I have the opportunity with the item being pulled, the Motivational Millennial, the student assemblies, that's a SEL, right? That's a, they're going to be doing that at different sites, right? I saw the breakdown. I think the person's been on like TEDx and been doing it for a while.
It's actually going to be, it's at a school site. So anytime a school site wants to bring forward an assembly, they bring it through in a contract so that we can make sure that we're covered. So I believe that one is Ernie Pyle.
Okay, so it's just one site?
Right. And if another site wanted to utilize that, they would be on the contract matrix, but if it was above that 1,000, we would bring it back to the board.
So for like bringing those personalities and those motivational speakers to the site, that's a site will want to do that and then bring them on. But is there ever like the district goes, we want to, do these assemblies in the district? Like, do we ever do that?
Well, we have opportunities in expanded learning, but typically we allow our sites to determine what assemblies they want to have at their own sites. But for example, in expanded learning, we'll bring in STEMnetics, we'll bring in assemblies during the summertime, but that's because we're running that program. So typically we will leave it to the sites to determine what assemblies they want.
Like motivational speakers, inspirational speakers, things like that.
Yeah. So we have Keith Hawkins. He's done at Bellflower, and they put it through the contract matrix as well.
Okay, cool.
Okay, you finished?
Any other comments?
Yeah, I have some questions. Did you have more?
You go ahead.
Okay, so I was looking at this one. I'm like, where did this come from? So I just, first of all, okay, I'm talking about first of all, the SACE training. So I've been asking what information system we've been using. So how long have we been using the SACE system, the information system?
Ever since I've known.
Okay,
I can only tell you that. I'm sorry.
No, which is good. Which is good. You've been using it. So because the reason why I'm asking is because why do we need this training for up to $5,000 per training? And then from San Joaquin County Office of Education. I mean, the thing is, we have our Director of Special Education, right? And so I'm just thinking, and the reason why I know this system, and we should have like a point person within our SELPA that can provide the training. I mean, I've been through this, and I believe it's a duplication of service. And because look down at Patricia Miller, and $600 per day. Is that going to be 2 hours? Is that going to be 8 hours? But see, the thing is, it's a duplication of service for one. And then, like I said, we should have staff that could do this. I can do SACE training, you all. I'm just saying. And it's like, why would they really need this? If it's for provide SACE, CalPADS, compliance and training data management, do we have people to do that?
We don't
on
have
staff?
anybody. We're bringing on Patricia Miller because we don't have anybody to do that. We need the help. Right now we're behind in a lot of records. We're trying to catch up so we don't get sued and a bunch of other stuff. So right now, what I'm saying is we need that. I will give you how much total it is. I think that's a fair question. How much it's going to cost and how many hours it is, and I'll give you that information. But in terms of bringing her on to help us, we need that help. And the SACE training, I got to figure out what the details of that are. Obviously, William's not here, and Special Ed Department's not here right now. But we can certainly put this in Friday memo. If you guys don't want to say vote on this right now, you need more information. We just have to bring it for the next meeting.
Okay,
try to explain it.
so we are part of a SELPA. Have you looked? Have we looked to them for support? Have we looked to them?
Yes.
And what is their answer?
This for bringing out Patricia. Patricia Miller had to do with the fact that our records we don't have. We're behind in catching up with some of those records. So we're hiring a consultant in the meantime to get us caught up, and then we're going to train everybody to explain why we got behind along the way, because she's coming from outside, not internally. Eventually, once that training is done, then somebody's going to take over from here, so we can fix so that way we're not going to get caught up behind like we did this year.
Okay, so what are our directors doing? What are our directors doing?
A lot.
With that question,
Yeah.
because if we're going to hire consultants to come in to do the work that our directors really should be doing, I mean,
Directors normally don't do SACE work. The numbers are this person's going to be sitting on the computer looking at records, doing all kinds of different things. The director is an architect over the program. They're out there working and trying to put policy and different things. So they're not the clerical work that does the SACE work. They're in charge of it, and so they're putting somebody there so that way they don't have to sit in a computer all day, so they can focus on the areas outside. So would it be better if we just call the special ed department next time around, just have a meeting about this? Or
Can I ask, so when we are looking at the annual contracts and agreements, so there's a contract attached to that, yeah? So there's we have a physical contract,
yeah,
right? So would it hinder you at all if we approved this with exception of special education number 01 and 02? Would that be a problem for you? Right now, we have 3 meetings this week, so.
I know we've been trying to bring on Patricia for a while. So I just don't know the delay of this because we do have records to present to the state and all that, so.
But we do have a meeting on Saturday, so it's only 2 days.
Where is Patricia from?
I think, she worked in Santa Monica, Malibu, is retired, and I guess is helping people throughout. So when we went through SELPA and different people and said, who can do this work for us to get us caught up? Her name came up. I didn't introduce it. Somebody introduced her name. They said, do you know this lady? Was she good? I said, yes. She helped us big time transition our SACE program in Santa Monica, Malibu. So they're bringing her out to help with that.
And is it Patricia or Patrina?
Patrina, sorry. Okay. Patrina Miller.
Well, you know, I can't. So I'm just really, I'm not understanding because have you reached out to Vicky Siaka from our SELPA? You know, we have our own SELPA. We even have LACO. I know LACO's our supervisor.
Okay.
And it just seems, I don't know.
What do you guys need
I would love to know what they would really be doing that the staff that we already have can't do.
Okay.
You know, and then I have one more thing that I want to talk about.
Could Amy jump in real quick?
I was just wondering if you can put it in, because we need it, it sounds like, and say not to exceed something and then come back when we have those answers to, you know what I mean? Like just kind of cap it so we can keep going, but then, do you guys know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't even, man.
And Board Member Armstrong?
Okay, I know. I'm telling you guys, it seems like we should have the staff that could do this. And then I want to go back to the Marco Antonio and the 24 Defender. And I was just thinking about what Dr. Sue was saying about the free emergency training. I don't know how similar that would be, but I do know that our sheriff does do training and will do training for us. Have you reached out to them? Because we're talking about 63,000.
We spoke about this contract several times already. They're the ones that are helping to help us establish the safety protocols and helping us. They're the ones that came up with the language, the posters that you guys have, all the recommendations about safety, and they're the ones that sit down with principals to explain what these things are. They train the district office with Stop to Bleed. They've been doing a lot of stuff for us. So we don't have police officers that we can just pull off the streets and come help us do this. So we have to bring somebody. They are law enforcement. It's just they have a side company that help us do this.
But our own sheriff and our own, like the community partners within the community, because when we have an issue, we do call the sheriff and they respond. So,
but this is more of a trainings or they come to faculty meetings. They come to explain where the fire drill is, what lockdown is, and they walk the sites to help the principals understand make a recommendation on how to secure the sites and all that. So, a police officer, we won't be able to get a police officer off the streets to do that. And if we do, it'll be a lot more expensive than this year.
So I think that's a part of a bigger conversation, right? Yeah. I will go to my colleague, Ms. Garza.
Thank you. I just have one more question under miscellaneous. Organization Paul's Concrete Services, additional maintenance and repair, $250,000. Additional where and why?
That is throughout our district. So we have had some, for example, over at Mayfair, in our basketball court area, we had an emergency situation there where it was pretty much the concrete was sinking and we had to address it right away. And so this just opens the PO for us to be able to address those emergency situations throughout the district.
And in an open PO, we can go back to them at any time?
That up to 250,000, that is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you for explaining that. That's all.
All right, any other questions before we try to craft a motion here? No? All right, so I will ask again, so the withholding special education number 1 and 2 for next board meeting, would that be a problem on your end? Do you? Okay. Could you, board, let me ask legal. So would it be best to table this item, or just those items inside it?
You can do specific items inside the information provided. It's just it won't be able to be brought up at this Saturday's board meeting because the
Right.
72 hours already transpired.
Should be Thursday.
Yeah. So basically, it would be at your next board meeting would be the soonest you can bring it up because
Okay.
it's not an emergency item that can be walked up.
Okay. So I would make a motion to approve the annual contracts and agreements and withhold special education number 1 and 2 for the next next board meeting, the next regular board meeting.
Wrong button. Thank you, Board President. Did you guys have any concerns about the Marco Antonio 24 Defender? Did you have any? Okay, but so thank you. I second it.
All right. Roll call, please.
We can't have discussion after the motion, or no? No?
You can still have discussion. The vote
you
hasn't
can-
taken place yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Ms. Stewart?
Well, I don't know if I want to just, I know we talked about explaining my votes, but honestly, at this point, I wouldn't support it because he's saying that we need it. And so I would rather see it be capped off at a point where he can continue working. He's saying that we need it, and I feel like we need to trust him when he says that. So at this moment, I probably wouldn't vote with this, but if we had a cap and then we could look into that, I think that would be more appropriate. That's just my opinion before we vote.
Well, I agree, and but that is why I asked if it would be an issue, and it didn't seem like it would be. So I trust that. I think it's a fair request to ask for more information on that. Any other discussion, comments? So, Doctor, let me. Is this going to be a problem? Is this going to hinder services at all to our students if we wait until Thursday?
I have to talk to special ed. I have to talk to special ed on that.
Well, we're going to vote on it right now, so it's probably. How do you feel?
I'm telling you, they wouldn't have put it on if we didn't need it. But right now, you guys have an issue with that. So it's the only. I don't have a control over that situation. So the only control I got is I got to go back and ask them what it is and bring it back in February when we have the actual regular meeting to approve it. But what that means to our needs to do something at this point, I don't have the answer.
So it looks like it's for the training is 5,000 per training, and then the 600 per day. I think the main concern there is we want to see a not to exceed.
Okay.
Can we approve that with a not to exceed of let me know because we can make that motion. That way you can get it approved, you can start, but there's a not to exceed. I think that's the main concern of the board.
Okay. You want, we just
Is
do
that-
then? Do that? I'm fine with that. So not to exceed the 5,000?
So the 600
Which
per
one we
day.
talking- There are several items there. Which one we're talking
There's
about?
two. So there's 600 per day.
Okay.
And the concern I heard from the board is it's an open-ended, and we want to not to exceed.
Okay. I don't know how many days she needs, so not to exceed 600, or that's only one day.
Well, no, yeah.
What I'm saying, I got a call to find out how many. what
So
the
we
scope of
haven't,
the
we
work
haven't,
is.
we can talk about it again at the next meeting.
Yeah.
That's in a week. Probably not the week, so not to exceed 6,000, and then we can talk about it next time. Does that work? Last thing I want us to do is hinder what you need to get done, but I also think that the board has really valid concerns and wants more information.
Okay.
Cool.
I wanted to speak real quick.
Oh, I'm so
again.
sorry. I go for it.
The thing is with SACE, even if we have training, we're still gonna have to have a point person.
Yes.
And we've been using this system for who knows how long. So I really do wanna know what kind of training is needed that we cannot do ourselves, honestly, you all. Our department should be able to handle this.
I will have to get the details to you on that. So
Thank
I don't,
you.
I don't have the information right now.
Legal, anything?
So, from my understanding, the training's 5,000. That's a fixed cost. The 600 a day, you can approve an amount, let's say up to 6,000. That gives you 10 working days between now and your next meeting. Which, if she does come in and do work, great. You know, it's being done. If she doesn't, that money's not spent. So you can certainly limit that authorization to allow it for the interim, and then in the next meeting, next regular meeting, more information can be brought to the board, and that amount can be amended as needed.
Great. Okay, so would I amend my motion?
I would just withdraw your motion and make a new one.
I withdraw my motion, and I now move to approve the contracts and agreements with the amendment of not to exceed 6,000 for special education line 2, and yeah. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Student Member Dizon,
Aye.
Ms. Armstrong,
No,
Mrs. Garza,
I'm okay with that. Yes.
Ms. Stewart,
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield.
Aye. Whew. Okay, we're almost there. All right, informational items. Does the board have any questions regarding the informational items this evening? Going once, going twice, hearing none. All right, if there is no objection, this meeting is adjourned at 10:49 p.m. Thank you all.